What's up, Vince? Vince is first. Speedy Gonzalez over here. How am I doing? I'm good, man. How are you? Chilling. You know, do you ever have one of those days where like I got I got a reasonable amount of sleep. So I got sleep, like I'm chilling. But for some reason, I'm still so tired. I don't know why. I have no good reason to be tired at all. Like I could easily just lay down and go take a nap right now. It's kind of weird. I have no reason to be tired. I got like a good solid like 6 hours of sleep, which is real good for me. Hi Einstein. No music. Good point. Where's the music? I got you. Good point. Good point. Good call. Put a little bit more sound for our YouTube friends. How do I feel about them removing the ability to bind Spectre to the ant to the frozen mandible? I'm honestly not that upset. We'll just find other Spectres. That's exactly what I'm trying to do right now. I was gonna find a different Spectre to play with. I can go get the Valguard soon. This will be good for me. Did I make my weight goals? Yeah, this year I pretty much dominated actually. Probably doesn't look like it. This is a gigantic hoodie. It's a giant parachute hoodie, a Mega Man hoodie on me. But yeah, I actually dominated this year. I think I'm gonna try to lose more weight next year, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it with just diet. I think I'm gonna need like to actually have a serious exercise regime, which I've actually been planning it out. So I think at the end of next year I'll be an even lower weight. Gonna be pretty good. Why not try Ozempic? I'd rather. I don't like to use medicine if I don't have to, or drugs. I want to do it myself. Are we gonna get the updated Druid info before the launch? I mean, we should. Yeah, I'm not. Another thing that people always suggest is, Rax, do things like the carnivore diet. It's like, well, right, but diets are only, first of all, they have questionable nutritional value, and the second part of it is they're only effective for as long as you stick with them. What you don't need is a diet. What you need is a lifestyle change. For example, for many, many years in my life, I would always drink like sugary pops. Now I almost never drink them. And when I do drink them, I prefer Dos Equis, just kidding. I drink the 0 calories, 0 sugar drinks. Are they better for you than sugary drinks? I don't know. Maybe not, actually. Debatable, but I just made a lifestyle change. I still drink pop. Honestly, I kind of drink pop whenever I want, but my intake of it is reduced by 80%, 90%. I usually just drink water. And then, like, if you drink coffee and you like to put cream and sugar in your coffee, people go on a diet and they put no cream or sugar in their coffee. That is a great way. That's the perfect way to never actually keep the weight off. You can keep the cream and sugar in your coffee. Just don't load it with cream and sugar. Just put a little bit in it until you still like the coffee, but it's not terrible for you to drink. And that's a lifestyle change that you can actually, stick with. So for this exercise regime, whatever I come up with, it needs to be something that I'm willing to stick with, like, permanently. So then I got to think, well, what are the exercises that I really, really like doing? I like lifting weights. I like swimming. I like basketball. I like soccer. I like the saunas. I like going to the hot tub. So I'm just going to do that. I'm not going to do the stuff that I don't like, because if I'll do it for 2 or 3 months and then I'll just stop doing it because I don't like it. I will never, ever, never, ever, ever be a runner. I don't like running. I don't like that. But if you put me on a stair stepper or something, or a rowing machine, I'll do that all day long. But I will never, ever get on a treadmill and run. It's not something that I will ever do. I just don't like it at all. It's boring. Cutting out sugar soda for 0 sugar soda helped you drop 30 pounds. That's insane, actually. You dropped 30 pounds? That's a lot. Nice job, dude. Yeah, I'm not really a CrossFitter. I actually belonged to a CrossFit gym when I was younger. I belonged to two gyms. I belonged to a CrossFit gym and a regular like weightlifting gym. I actually didn't really enjoy the CrossFit gym very much. Another famous rule is don't drink your calories. Don't drink your calories. Let's do immune to freeze, and then let's try to grab immune to stun and stuff. All right. Well, we're almost to the point where we can get our specters here. So now we have 4 snipers. That's pretty good. Rax, do you think they'll make a talisman unique item that turns you into a chaos damage creature? I think they'll make legendary talismans. I mean, I don't know why not. That would be cool. Grinding gear games definitely is not short on having a big imagination, so I could see it happening. Rax, I love you. Thank you, Astrion. What's up, buddy? Is your name Astrion from the item in Diablo 2, Astrions? My face is a legendary talisman. Thank you. I'll take it. Well, isn't jerky considered one of the absolute best snacks? The problem with jerky is it's very high in salt, but jerky is very high protein, reasonable fat, fairly low calorie. Jerky is like way up there. Craydu, thank you so much for the 2-year resub, man. You're going straight to heaven. Thank you, my dude. Beer is one of the biggest empty calories. Is like one of the absolute worst things, but if it's your favorite thing, I would advise you, as you said, not to cut it out of your life. The question would be, can you reasonably lower your consumption of beer? Like, how many beers do you drink a week? Can you only have beer as a reward, for example? Like, I'll give you an example. My friend, his favorite food in the world, which is the same for almost everybody, his favorite food in the world is cheeseburgers. He could easily, without batting an eye, have triple cheeseburgers. Well, actually, for him, it's hamburgers. He doesn't like cheese, but he likes hamburgers. He could easily eat hamburgers every meal for the rest of his life, no questions asked. He's not really big on vegetables or healthy things. He just wants to eat cheeseburgers, right? But he's a pretty smart guy. He understands that even though that's what he wants to do, you can't do that and live, right? So he makes a deal with himself. He eats pretty healthy Monday through Friday. He packs his own lunch for work. He eats carrot sticks, makes himself a peanut butter sandwich. He drinks a lot of water. And he does that Monday through Friday. And then on Friday and over the weekends, he eats whatever the fuck he wants. He goes and gets his cheeseburger and fries. He has ice cream. He has pizza. He eats whatever the hell he wants. And that's it. And that's his compromise. And that's how someone, you know, with someone who is addicted to hamburgers can still have quite a few hamburgers without completely compromising their health and without being the Goodyear blimp. So you could make yourself a similar deal with beer. Like maybe beer is a weekend thing. And then on the weekends you get two beers a day or something. Or I don't know. How much beer do you guys drink? Do any of you drink beer every day? You drink 2 a week? Oh. If you drink 2 a week, I don't think you need to make any changes. That's definitely infrequent enough where you do not need to make any changes. 2 beers a week is not, that's not greatly contributing, like, that's not greatly contributing to weight gain at all. So I wouldn't even include that in your plan. If you're only drinking 2 a week, I would make no changes to that. You've been sober for 5 years. So that's awesome. I was going to say something as it might sound like a joke. It wasn't really a joke. I was going to say I've been sober for 39 years. Like, I have taken sips of alcohol many, many times, but I haven't been drunk one time. I've never drank ever in my life. You lost 50 pounds by skipping breakfast. You ate meat, cheese, and mustard for lunch, and a sensible dinner. And if you need sweets, have a chocolate bar. I don't need sweets. I'm not a sugar person. I don't care. I don't care about desserts. You could take desserts away from me for the rest of my life, and I'd be a little sad, but I don't really care. I'll give you a perfect example. You want a perfect example? Yesterday, me, my friend, and my brother, we got ice cream yesterday. We all got a giant thing of ice cream. Not kidding you. I took 3 little spoonful bites of my ice cream, and I gave it to my friend. Like, I don't know. Like, I like sweets. I'll have, like, 2 spoonfuls of ice cream, and then that's it. I'm done. I don't want any more. You ate less and you walked more? Damn. What a strategy. J-Bulls, 15 months. This guy's going straight to heaven. By the way, I forgot to go ascend. Oops. I never ascended. Oops. I forgot. Gotta make the unban request true somehow. I don't know why, but lately we have banned... It feels like we banned way less people lately than, I don't know, other recent times. People, for the most part, are behaving. It's actually kind of weird. I would like to think, maybe I'm wrong, but I would like to think it is really not that... It's not very easy to get banned in my stream. Like, you have to be acting like a piece of shit to get banned here. I feel like it's actually kind of difficult to get banned here. There's so many people here who have been watching the stream for years and years and years and years and years. And they didn't get banned. Like, I really don't think it's that hard. It's the holiday season. Maybe they're just happy. Could be. That's a pretty good guess. Maybe. Okay, so what I want to do is I guess we just get the Val Guards, right? The Val Guards didn't get nerfed, right? Meh. Critic, thanks for the prime, man. Rax, I love you, but I have to say, you guys are getting boring. All you do now is stream POE or POE2. Is there anything new for you? Okay, so No, we're not going to ban him. First, let me say something. I think if you go to twitchtracker.com, and if you look at my stream, this is my 7th year of streaming. This is the year by far where I've streamed the most games. And I don't think it's even close. In this year alone, I streamed POE 1, POE 2, Diablo 4, Project Diablo 2, Mega Bonk, Hollow Knight Silksong, Expedition 33. There's more. We just streamed Peak, Last Epoch, No Rest for the Wicked, Ori 1, Ori 2, Baldur's Gate 3. I literally have played Liza P, Titan Quest 2. I literally have played probably 15 games. Slormancer, Hellclock, Slormancer, Hellclock, Chained Together. Like I've literally I seriously have streamed like 15 different games. Most of the games that I played, I 100-0'd them. I beat the entire game. I beat all of Liza P. I beat obviously all of Mega Bonk. I 100-0'd Expedition 33, even the secret bosses. Torchlight. So I mean I played like 15 different games. Like 15 different games, man. Okay, so with that out of the way, I mean, yes, I plan to play a bunch of other games. I played Red Dead Redemption 2, by the way. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. But I played a lot of games, man. A lot of them. In fact, it's almost like I played other games more than I played the main games, honestly. I'll go hide in my corner. Like I said, it's fine, man. But anyway, to answer your question, yes, we're going to play a lot more games other than POE 1 or POE 2. But I really like those two games. So whenever they're doing something, we're definitely going to play them. By the way, there's more games. We played Borderlands 4. We streamed Borderlands 4. We also streamed Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders, Borderlands 4. No, there's like 20 games. Elden Ring. Did I ever finish Baldur's Gate 3? I didn't. We are halfway through Act 2, I think. I really like Baldur's Gate 3. That game is great. I don't think I have any more. Why can't I use this, by the way? I don't have enough intelligence. Crying. Now can I use this? Nope. Crying. Am I going to stream Ashes of Creation? I've heard the name. Never played it before. What are my plans for the league start? Am I going hardcore SSF? Definitely not. The reason why I prefer to play hardcore solo self-found, but I have a way higher priority than doing what I think is fun. What I want to do is I want to make you a godly druid guide immediately. I want to make it immediately. Within like the first day, I want to have a druid archetype that murders. In order to do that, I need to mindlessly run forward as fast as I can. And I cannot be worried about stupid things like if I die, lose everything, and then I have to transfer all of my hardcore mats over to softcore, da 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 da. So what I need to do is I need to get this druid to level 90 immediately. And I need to have tried multiple different archetypes. And I need to show you guys a very inexpensive way to just murder the entire game. The second I've done that, then I need to figure out a way to murder the end game, make a second video on that. And then I need to make some other ways to play the druid if people don't like the first way that I played. And after I've done all of that, if everybody is happy in the community, if everybody has a great build to play and everybody's having fun and everybody's winning, then I can reroll hardcore SSF and do whatever the hell I want. I think I'm almost certainly going Shaman first. I'll tell you why. Shaman is like my favorite thing. I played Shaman in WoW for 15,000 hours. So when I heard the two choices before I even read what they do, when I heard Shaman and Oracle, I'm like, oh my god, I want to be a Shaman, obviously. You've never been able to wrap your head around POE2. Is there a class or an ascendancy that you recommend to help as much as possible? I made a video last league called Godly Leveling Build. I'm actually playing it right now, and I'm just comfortably murdering everything. I would go that minion. I would go that minion Infernalist that I made last league. I will have a video out updating it. I'm literally playing it right now to update the guide. This is why I'm playing it. That's the one I would recommend to you. This is evasion. We need it to be energy shield, not evasion. This is much better than mine. 71 life. I don't think I can give that. Can I? What's my fire res? I need. My resistances are so bad. What happens if I just YOLO and Alk into this? This is much better than mine again. Let's play like that. I think all of that will be fine. My minion Infernalist has been causing screen slowdown. Screen slowdown. Well, the optimization in POE2 is not good. We're getting some kind of mega patch soon to make it a lot better. I don't know if it's my build that's ruining it as much as it is just bad optimization for POE2. I can't beat you in chess. It depends on how good you are. If you're like a titled player, I probably can't beat you. You're right. If you just randomly play chess, I would probably destroy you. Just depends on how good you are. If you're just a rando, I would probably obliterate you. If you're actually a titled player, you'd probably obliterate me. Just depends on how good you actually are. The lag is in a good way because it's so powerful. Well, we would like to try to avoid lagging even if we're powerful, right? But if your minions are dominating so hard that they're lagging the game, I guess that's a good reason to lag. So this is going to ambush me right here. So that's why I'm not walking forward. They're trying to trick me. Yep, see, I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. Ow. Wait, what? The guy corpse exploded when he died? Wah. You know, it's totally fine, and I'm just gonna have to get used to it because it is what it is, but I gotta admit, I strongly prefer, like, the pace of Path of Exile 1. Like, man, this POE2, after playing POE 1 for a month, just feels a little bit lethargic. God, it's so slow, man. In Abyss and Breach, there was a wall where your ants couldn't push forward. Well, that is probably true, like, initially, but you can get your ants to an unbelievable power level. You can get your ants to, like, level 32, and you can get, like, 7 or 8 ants. If you have 8 ants at level 32, there is no Abyss or Breach that's going to stop you. So just, you had 7 ants and they couldn't do it. Well, I had 4 ants at level 31, and I was juicing, like, corrupted T16 maps, and I don't know, there was nothing my ants couldn't chew through. So something had to be wrong there. You're saying your ants couldn't do it? Like, what level were your ants? I mean, I only had 4 ants at level 31, I believe, but I was level 97 in hardcore SSF, and there was nothing that could stop me. Nothing. You had 7 ants and they were level 31 and you had no problems. I mean, if you had 7 ants at level 31, you should literally be walking forward just murdering everything. Like, they should have no prayer of survival. By the way, I bet you I know what might have slowed you down. Did you put in that AoE gem into your ants? I put in the gem. I can't remember what it was. Infernal Legion or whatever. Can't remember what it was called. Where is it where you do a percentage of your ants' health as fire damage to all enemies around you? And then I just put a ton of regen on my ants so they would stop dying to the fire damage they were doing to themselves. And then when I did that, my ants literally just AoE'd the whole screen down instantly. Like their AoE, I can't remember what it does. It does like 20% of their health or 40% of their health, whatever. And I was getting their health up to like level like 70k or something. So it was ticking for multiple tens of thousands of damage for every ant. It was just, they were just like AoE bombs walking around. It doesn't really matter anymore. The ants are gone now, but in the first few seconds it was fine, but as soon as the monsters started to pile up, it was a rip. I wish you would have asked me last season. I wish you would have let me look at your minion person. Something had to be wrong there. If you had 7 ants at level 31, that's like you should have. This should have just everything should have insta died. What is going on? Why am I so slow? Why am I so slow, man? My God. Do I have negative 5,000 movement speed? I'm bugged, relog. It seems like my character's almost bugged. He's so slow. I'm going to relog at the next checkpoint. It is a bug. May the Lord have mercy on my soul. No, there's no way, like, this has to be a bug. There's no way I'm actually this slow. I guess let's go get that thing. I think something is wrong with my character here. I don't want to fight Black Dick. J Freak Critic, thanks so much for the subs, guys. Ugh. I just need a waypoint, and then we're gonna... Yeah, I have like permanent temporal chains or something. Something's wrong here. I'm just looking for a waypoint, and we're gonna log out. Wait, if you log out, do you just appear back where you were? If I just log out here, will I just appear here? It doesn't matter. I found the waypoint. Did I ever hear back from my friend on how good Project Diablo 2 is? My friend. I played Project Diablo 2. Are you talking about something else? Oh, it's already fixed. Oh, it's fixed now. Look, I can play now. Yeah, I had a bug in that entire last zone. Is there a report of bug in this game? Oh. Oh. Yeah, he said with him in charge of Project Diablo 2, the game is never in maintenance mode, meaning that they can consider making changes. Yeah, Matt Cedarquist. And now I can actually play again. So that was just a bug. I was bugged for that entire zone. You need a better single target for sure. My AoE is good, but my single target is bad. Will I make the same face in D4 in POE2 if it only does 17 damage? Probably. We don't know anything about Druid skills. We're just begging for a blog post where they actually tell us like what's actually going on. If they actually post info on what's going on, I'm going to sit there and theory craft it. I'm not going to play. I'm just going to sit there and theory craft it all day long. Yeah, I think that's obviously the only appropriate name is anytime a Druid is released in any game, they just do 17 damage. Hey, Mr. Flores. Everything's good with me, buddy. How are you?
Seems this needs a larger soul core than the doors did.
Bram, thank you so much for the sub, man. Jay Freak, by the way, was a 2-year sub. Thank you, my dude. Where do you go to get the ants? The ants are in one of the final zones in the extra acts. They're in the bottom left corner. It's an elite ant called a frozen mandible. Okay, they're saying the zone is called Ashen Forest. Remember, guys, you can't use the ants. You cannot use them in a few days. They are no longer specterable. Yep. They are not specterable in the next patch. It's probably not the biggest deal, though. Like, there's no reason to freak out because they're doing a pass on all specters and buffing a bunch of other specters. Honestly, to be completely honest, the ants are kind of fucking annoying because they always cast this stupid-ass frozen shit. So I would actually prefer if the ants are not the right answer. I think that'll actually make the game more fun. So this is actually probably a good change. Like, I don't even want them to nerf the ants and keep them. I'd rather just get rid of them and let's do something else. I think ants just, that's not what we want to play. They're very, very, very annoying. We would like it to be anything else. Are the performance patches already released? I don't know. I actually didn't read the updated patch notes. Did they post a lot of the performance things already? How many frames am I getting? I'm getting 190 right here. Airtra, mentally stable. Thanks so much for the subs, guys. What are my thoughts on a pay-to-win Crash Royale player winning strategy game streamer of the year? Lol. Did I watch the show. No, was what show? What show did I miss? Oh, the streamer awards? No, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything that means less to me in the world than the streamer awards. The streamer awards? Bro. I feel like society has hit a new low with there even being a streamer awards. Absolutely not. I care about what you guys think of me as a streamer, not some arbitrary council or however the hell they do it. I didn't even know that that was happening. It would be like opening a pizza store and asking the whole town what they think of your pizza store versus the people that have actually came to your store and tried it. It's like I only care about the people who tried my pizza store. I only care about their opinion. Mr. Honor Seeker, have you been playing D3 at all? I was nominated for Best Looking Hoodie. I know that's not true. Because if that was a category, I would have won, and I didn't get an award in the mail. So there's no way that's true. That can't be a category. You got 975 in the first round. That's very good. Pizza Guide. You don't know what's the sad part? We really do not have good pizza around here at all. I would rather live almost anywhere else for pizza than here. I like the pizza that Dave Portnoy likes. I like it to be very thin and very crispy and not greasy. That's my ideal pizza. And we absolutely do not have that here. Like the fat, pillowy, greasy, stuffed crust pizza. I can't do it at all, man. I don't even want it. I don't even want one slice. I don't like that. Don't tarnish Casey's pizza. Casey's pizza is actually tolerable. You just order the thin crust and order it well done, and then you need about 500 paper towels to dab the top of it. and then it's fine. Thin crust, well done. Thin crust, well done. Need 30 paper towels. What's the best way to compare gear? So here's one thing that I think slows a lot of people down. I understand why this would slow down a brand new player, but it should not slow down somebody who has played before or has some idea of the game. What people do is they look at the chess piece that they have, and then they look at the chess piece in their inventory, and they're comparing those two things and making a decision. This, in my opinion, is the exact wrong way to think about it. That is not how I think about looking at an item. What I do is I have in my mind, what do I want on my body armor? What I want is very high energy shield and resistances and spirit. Now look at my item. Does it have high energy shield? No. Does it have very high resistances? No. Does it have high spirit? No. So all I do is I think of this as a piece of shit. And all I think about it is 91 energy shield, 20 fire res. Then I just look at the other one and I'm just comparing it to what am I looking for? Does it have way higher energy shield? Does it have way higher resistances? Does it have spirit on the chest? So I think of it in terms of this chest piece that I have is not satisfying me. That's what he said. Okay. And then is this other one, does it satisfy me at all in any way? And I'm just creeping toward the right answer. The right answer is Giga Tri-Prefix Energy Shield with insane resistances and spirit. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm just walking toward that answer. If you just always just completely start fresh and looking at this, and then you completely start fresh and you go back and forth and back and forth, it's going to take you forever. Right. That's Davud. That's why I said, I'm just going to call you Dav from now on. Dav. That's why I said, if you're a brand new player, this hint doesn't help you. But if you're not brand new, if you have a rough idea of what you're doing, then you should have somewhat of an idea of what each piece is going to do for you eventually. I know I'm saying it right, but what I'm trying to tell you is I'm too lazy. That's too many syllables. That's why I don't call myself Raxxanterax. I call myself Rax, or I call myself Dumbass. I'm just telling you I'm lazy, not that I'm saying it wrong. You stop playing around the first major update. If you return now, will the game be too overwhelming? No. Path of Exile 2 is not a game that's supposed to be overwhelming at all. It's supposed to be welcoming to you even if you're brand new. If you're worried about something being too overwhelming, then I'll post guides for you. I'll have a guide for you on a godly build at the start of the league, and I will have a guide for you on the new season mechanic and how to dominate with it. If you just follow those two guides, I guarantee you'll win. The reason I can guarantee it is because I will literally try it until it works, and then I'll make the guide exactly as I played, and then it will work for you. I can also guarantee you that my build will be extremely inexpensive, and you can play it even if you don't have a lot of currency. I guarantee it. What am I starting League with? Druid. I'll probably start either werewolf or bear. I think the wyvern is. I could be completely wrong. I need to see the math on it. I need to see the math and punch it into POB or see the tree. If I can just sit here for a few hours and do the math on it, I think I can just figure out what the right answer is going to be, or maybe not the right answer is the wrong way to say it. Just a good answer. I think the wyvern is bait. So I'm thinking we either go bear or we go werewolf first. Can you please stop one-shotting my totem? Oh, shit. Okay. Why doesn't the DMCA hit my songs? It does hit them, but the DMCA only hits rebroadcasts. The music only streams on live. If you re-watch my broadcast, there is no music. Not sure if I'm aware, but YouTube has me as a YouTube featured currently. YouTube featured? What is that? I don't even know what that is. On YouTube, there's no in-game sound. There should be. Let me check here. Should be. Let me turn it way up. Let me go do something. Tell me if you can hear it now. No, we only have 400 viewers on YouTube, which is pretty normal. What I want to do is do Trial of Suck My Ass, which is where? Not Temple of Chaos. You have to go kill that one girl in that one place. Here. Here is where we need to go. Dude, I think I know what to do in POE2. Like, I know the campaign, and I still find the map so confusing. Sekimos sounds exactly like that. That's why we call it that. We call it Suck My Ass, and we call it Old Tomato. You need max Hanur resistance and OP gear. Yeah, you can, like, the amount of Hanur they give you in Trial of Suck My Ass is, like, related to how much, like, it's like your effective life pool or something. So if you just stack a ton of energy shield, you can walk in with, like, 15,000 Hanur. They can't even do anything to you. You, like, can't lose that way. Do you big streamers get at least more information additional to the patch notes like the before the season starts? I don't want to say the word never. That's a dangerous word. But I will say practically never get an advantage like that, nor do we really want an advantage like that. That's just extremely unfair and ruins the integrity of the game. I literally know nothing about this patch that you don't know. When I watched the release a few days ago with you, when I saw the Wyvern for the first time pop up on my screen, that's the first time I'd ever even heard of it. I had no clue. I would say almost never do I have any kind of an advantage. I will give you an example of a situation where you could say I have an advantage. Sometimes I will message Blizzard or Last Epoch or Grinding Gear Games, and I'll say, "Hey guys, my best friend is getting married in March. I do not. As much as I possibly can, I would like to not miss a season start. Can you confirm for me that your next season, will it not start on this date or this weekend? Can you confirm that for me?" And usually they will, and they'll say it's NDA'd, but no, nothing's happening on this date or whatever. Like that's an example where, hey, it's literally my job to cover your game. I have a real life thing going on next month. Can you help me plan around it? I won't tell anybody your date. I need to make plans. That's one example where Why doesn't the sprinting continue? Is there a way to make this? There's a way to make the sprinting continue. You don't have to hold it the whole time, right? Isn't there a sprint option here or something? Gameplay. You're done with Diablo 4. It took them a year. Yeah, but it's not working, though. When I hold sprint and I let go of it... oh, okay. Oh, okay, I understand now. Okay, wait. And if I do this, it'll stop. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I can work with that, I guess. I can remember that. Have they fixed this game already? Like, I mean, is visual clutter better? No. Is melee viability better? Better than a year ago? Yes. Is there heavy gear dependency over the passive tree still? Yes. Uninspired endgame content? Yes. The next patch, it was supposed to be this patch, it's next patch. Did they improve crafting? Yes. Crafting is outrageously better from Abyss and Essences. Crafting got a huge improvement. Is there lackluster ailment impact? That's supposed to be fixed a bit this patch in a few days. Oops, I have the hiccups. God, I hate the hiccups. Is there padded campaign length with slow pacing? The campaign has undergone a lot of changes. Some of the bigger zones have been made smaller. There's more checkpoints. It's more clear on what you're supposed to be doing. You get more crafting materials, which gives you better gear, which improves the pacing. Monsters aren't as fast, so they can't hunt you down, and they gave you sprint in the game. So the campaign pacing, I would still say it's honestly still pretty slow, but it has been improved a lot from 1 year. So that's the most honest answer on your question that you're going to get from anybody.
Someone wanted these doors.
The mixing of burping and hiccuping is the worst. I almost never burp. It's very, 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 very rare. I burp maybe once every 2 or 3 months, I would say. I don't ever burp. Like, ever. Like, never. Never, 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 never. What do I think will come first? POE 3 or Diablo 5? I think, like, without question, with there be no other option possible, it's definitely going to be Diablo 5. Certainly. Certainly Diablo 5. Is POE2 the second best ARPG on the market right now? Good question.
Traditions are meaningless drivel. But let's see what power is offered here.
Probably. I would not put Torchlight above it. I don't think I would put Project Diablo 2 over it, but I do really like Project Diablo 2. Not Torchlight, not Project Diablo 2. I like Last Epoch a lot. Last Epoch, unfortunately, has kind of gone to the dark side with Crafton. I would love for that to not impact its ability to make great content going forward.
Admit, I'm somewhat enjoying all this.
I think PoE2 is the second best right now. I think that's... Grim Dawn's really good, by the way. Grim Dawn is up there. What's the best one? Oh, I mean, PoE1 is way ahead. PoE1's way ahead of the others. It's not even fucking close. It's not close at all. I think for almost anybody who does not think PoE1 is better, I just think you haven't gotten in, you just haven't gotten far enough into it yet. You either don't like the graphics, or you got started once and you didn't like it and you gave up, or it was too complicated and you gave up, or you feel like you don't have enough time to play, so you gave up. And there's all these different reasons why people gave up before they got far enough to get hooked. But if you had just gotten to that level, you would have a different opinion. And I am going to make a big push to change that next league. Next league, I'm going to make my first PoE1 build. I'm very confident. I can make a PoE1 build where you will get your 4 Void Stones comfortably at the league start with no uniques. I can do that easily. And I'm going to explain it to you step by step by step. I'm going to hold your hand. I'm only going to tell you the shit you need to know. I'm going to give you a full passive tree. I'm going to give you no choices. I'm not going to say, well, you could do this or you could do this. That's exactly what you don't need in PoE1. What you need is someone just to tell you what to do. Do this, then do this. That's how you will win. And once you get a taste of it, once you get far enough, and you're like, oh, okay, that really wasn't that bad, then you will understand. Then you will get it. And then you have a whole ocean to explore in front of you of PoE1, and you might become the next PoE1 Giga Chad. You never know. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Righteous Fire. I'll probably do a Slammer, I'm guessing, which is not a unique idea. But I'll make my own POB from scratch, and I'm gonna explain to you every single thing that you need to know. When I do the passive tree, I'm gonna be like, guys, listen, just copy my passive tree. Like, it's not that hard. You guys can click these buttons in this order. But I will explain to you at a high level, why are we walking over here and why are we doing this? I'll explain to you the things that you need to know, but I'm not going to explain to you, Oh yeah, we walked over here to click more life nodes to live. Like, I think you can figure that out. But I'll just explain to you what you need to know. Like, you need to know this because this does this. If you don't know that, if you don't understand, like, we do the slam, and then we war cry to make the spikes detonate. And that's why we quality it at different levels, so they detonate at different times. Like, I'm going to explain to you the things that you need to know. I'm going to truncate everything that you don't need to know. So it should be very, very digestible for you. It should be very easy to follow. And I will play the same build on my stream. If you have any questions, you can just ask me and I will know, or the chat will know. And you will win. The only way you won't win is if you don't play or if you don't try. Yeah. And my goal is for you to kill Maven. I want you to kill Maven on your very first PoE league. I want you to kill Maven. And you can do it. I'm going to show you how to make a character with practically nothing and how you can kill Maven. You're going to kill Exarch, Eater, Shaper, Elder, Uber Elder, and Maven. First league. And when you're done, you're going to say... When you're done, you're going to say... Wow, that really wasn't that hard. I'll be like, yep. Now the game has just begun. Now you go T16 and a half. Now you go for the Incarnation bosses. Now you go for the Feared. Now you go for Cortex. Now you go for finishing your Atlas tree. Now you go for T17s. Now you go for the Uber bosses. Now you go for Valdo maps. Now you go for Delve. Like, now you go for the other... Now you go for the other... endgame mechanics. Now you go to try to find a Mirror of Calandra and get mirror gear. Like, there's so much shit you can do in that game. It's fucking crazy. There's no such thing as being done in PoE 1. There's a lot of very fun things to go challenge yourself with. That's why it's just way ahead of the other games. It's way ahead, man. It's way ahead. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's even close, man. These are some pretty shitty choices, actually. I don't want any of these. Drawlkin, just like the Energizer Bunny, no, but nowhere near as cute. I think you're cute, Drawlkin. You almost have 60 months, man. Thank you. Most guides don't explain crafting. We're only going to craft one thing. We're going to craft a weapon in the Slammer guide. Everything else you can buy on the auction house for like 2 Chaos Orbs. It doesn't stick no matter how many guides you watch on crafting. Yeah, but here's the thing, Mr. Honor Seeker. Here's the problem, right? So that the reason why it doesn't make sense to you as you phrased it is because Path of Exile 1 does not work as you phrased it. So it requires a different mindset. So, for example, let's take a game you know, Diablo 3. If I asked you to make a guide on how to augment your gear with the what are they called? The little 125 bonus stat thing that you get from the Echoing Nightmares. What the fuck is that called? Whisper of Atonement, whatever the hell they're called, where you put the main stat on your items. Not Ramaladni's, but you can instantly explain it, right? You explain the mechanic, someone knows it, da-da-da-da-da. What you just said does not apply to Path of Exile 1. You cannot make a guide on how to craft in PoE 1. Don't think of it like that. The reason why that doesn't work is there's many ways to craft. How do I make a godly sword? Well, you could do it with fossils or essences or harvest crafting or alt spamming or recombinating. We don't think about how do we craft in PoE 1. Instead, the way to think about it is, I'm playing Berserker Slammer. I need a big-ass axe. Let me learn this one special way to make this axe this league. And the way that you would do it is you would recombinate. So it would be like transmute alt, spam, 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 spam. Maybe you aug. You don't aug here. You're looking for the highest tiers, and then you recombinate, and then you can do some crafting there, and then maybe you YOLO Warlord Exalt at the end. You can do prefixes cannot be changed, re-roll the suffixes, da-da-da-da-da, yada, 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 yada. And what you will gain in that one league is you will learn how to recombinate. Here's an idea of how I could take two different stats, slam them together, and make a godly axe. Then next league you play a spellcaster, and you need to learn to make your cluster jewel. And that's an entirely, completely different process. Maybe you do it with flowers, and you learn how to harvest craft with flowers. That's how you learn. You take the build that you're doing and the item that you're doing, and you learn from someone who already knows all of the crafting methods, who has isolated one of them that's cheap to build it, and then you learn by doing that one thing. And then the next league, you do that one thing, and over a few leagues, after building 3 or 4 items, you will remember how to now I have never once in my life watched a recombinating video on PoE 1, but I have watched 3 or 4 videos on, if you're playing this build and need a good axe, here's how you would build an axe by recombinating. So now after having built several items over many leagues, I know how to get fossils, put them in a resonator, and slam them. I know how to craft an item with the breach tree. I know how to craft an item with harvest reforging. That's how you learn. It's not like Diablo 3, where you take 2 minutes to explain a mechanic that works universally on all items. Does that make sense? That's how you think about, that's how you have to approach learning. And like every brand new PoE 1 player says that makes the game impossible and lame and unapproachable. And every veteran PoE 1 player says, guys, it's really not that hard. I can't believe you can't do this. Both are true at the same time. It is very daunting to get into, but once you've made an axe with recombinating for 1 league, you realize it's not that fucking hard. There's 3 prefixes that you want. 2 of them are way better to slam together than the other. And then you learn the names of the prefixes: merciless, dictators. That's what we want for Thanksgiving. And then the other one is flaring. I even remember them. And then you just spam alts on eye level 83 Val axes. Just pick them up, with a regular expression, super easy to make. You have a whole inventory of them. You slam them into the recombinate until you get the miracle, and you're done. That's it. It's not hard once you've done it. It sounds hard. It isn't. So if I make a PoE 1 guide next league, I'm going to tell you, we're going to make this axe. It's not that fucking hard, guys. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it, and we're going to recombinate to make it. Anyone who has played POE1, who has played Slammer, who has crafted an axe, knows exactly what I'm talking about and can probably do it in their sleep. It's not that bad. It's really bad when you haven't done it before and no one's ever shown you, but you see it once, it's like, oh, okay. It's really nothing. Now, another thing to understand is a lot of these ARPG gamers are in pursuit of perfect items, right? And I mean like perfect items, mirror quality items. Mirror crafting is a completely different monster than the kind of shit that I'm going to show you. I want to make you like a 900 DPS axe for cheap. If you have a 900 DPS axe, you can shove that so far up Maven's ass and beat her, like, it's going to be a joke for you. But, like, a mirror axe would be like 1400 DPS. But the difference between hitting a mirror axe and getting just a good axe in crafting terms is night and day difference. It's so much harder. So you also have to understand, we're not doing mirror tier crafting here. We're doing Jim Bob crafting so we can just kill Maven.
Relish your mortality. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
A formidable rock challenges me. No challenge at all.
Most guides come from players with 10 years of experience, and they are very condescending, but they don't probably mean to be condescending. I would like to say that I don't think I don't think most PoE content creators would make a crafting guide for you with the intention of insulting you or calling you dumb or for you to not gather the information, right? I don't think that's their intention. I don't think anybody's trying to do that. But when I make my guide, I'm literally going to tell you from the beginning, step by step, what to do. It's going to start with, we're crafting a Val axe. First thing you need to do, go to your loot filter and enable every single Val axe that drops. You need an entire quad tab of them. I'll show you how to do it. Here's how you go in. Here's how you enable Val axes at eye level 83 or higher to drop. If you're too lazy to do that, here's the loot filter for yourself. Just copy it. Here it is. Okay, now you have a whole inventory of Val axes. Go do maps, pick them up, put them in here. Now we're going to put transmutes on all of them. Now we need these affixes. They have these names. Here's how I looked it up. Now we're going to alt spam for it. I'm going to show you how to do it. And now we're going to recombinate. I'm going to show you how to do it. And there's a couple different scenarios that could happen. Here's what could happen. When this happens, you do this, and here's why. It won't take you that long. Eventually, you hit the miracle, and you hit this to happen. Here's how you finish the basic craft. And now you doubled your damage. It's literally that easy. That's going to be my guide. I'm going to start from the beginning. Not going to insult you in any way. I'm going to assume you have no fucking idea what you're doing. I'm going to start with, you don't have any Val axes, and you don't know what you're looking for, and you don't know how to set up your loot filter to find them, to you have the axe in your hand and you're murdering everything. And you will find it very, very easy. Pretty sure. It's not that fucking hard, man. Every single one of you could craft this axe. Any of you could do it. And if you find a divine or two, then you can buy 1,000,000 crafting mats. You can buy 1,000,000 crafting mats to get it done much faster. You can buy, 1,000 alts. You can buy 1,000, 2,000 alts with a divine orb. And just sit there and spam. Who is harder to teach, actuaries or gamers? Okay, well, honestly, I'm just going to give you the first answer that popped into my head after thinking about it some more. I think the first answer is the most honest answer. I honestly think both of them are very, very easy to teach. Both of them. I don't think either of them are difficult to teach. The difference is, for an actuary, the content is much, much more difficult. Like, if I'm going to teach you how to calculate a proper rate level difference between an open and closed company, it's a 350 step process. It's actually 350 steps in the Excel sheet. And you're going to have to learn a lot of things. You're going to have to learn factor tables, premium tables. You're going to learn how to run a Mari report. You're going to have to learn about what a rate level difference even is. You need to understand how to properly set demographics. You need to understand how to modify these factor tables. Like, I'm gonna be training you to do one singular thing for multiple months. But the advantage of training an actuary is they have learned in their many, many years of schooling that when they come to work and they're coming to learn this idea, we're going to sit here and we're going to pay attention as hard as we possibly can every day for multiple months to understand this. When you teach a gamer, usually the concept that you're teaching is way easier to understand. So for most of them, the light bulb just turns on immediately and it makes everything pretty easy. Usually when a gamer doesn't understand something, it's not because they're stupid, and it's not because they don't lack the ability to understand, and it's not even like they weren't paying attention. It's that they don't realize one little thing or one tiny mistake in this whole process throws off everything. It's like I'd make a Tal Rasha meteor build, and then someone changes the rune on the familiar to grant them more mana instead of the worthless familiar rune that I gave them. And they said, Rax, why doesn't my meteor build work? I don't do any damage. And I look at their build and I finally discover they changed one little rune on one little skill. I was like, you changed this? And they said, yeah, well, I wanted a little bit more mana. Bro, you lost your arcane stack of your Tal Rasha buff. Now you don't have 4 Tal Rasha stacks and you do no damage. You need to build it exactly as I told you. It's not their fault. It's just tiny, tiny little errors can throw them so far off from winning and just completely losing. Where am I going, by the way? Oh, yeah, I remember. We're going here to the waterways, right? And then we go down and we plug in the thing. So most of the time, working with the gamers beyond the initial guide is just correcting tiny little mistakes here or there that threw you way off. For example, earlier, someone was here and they said, Rax, I made your minion guy. I had 7 ants at level 31, and it was really good until I got into the end game with a lot of monsters, and then they couldn't handle it anymore, and I would die. If you have 7 ants at level 31, you have enough damage to beat Path of Exile 3. So something has to be wrong. You did a godly job of getting them to level 31. You have 7 ants, which means you have a shitload of spirit, which is really, really good. So something is wrong. Like, we got to figure out what it is, but there's one thing in the guide that is incorrect here, which is causing you to lose. And the moment that we solve it, you're going to one-shot everything, but I just don't know what it is. I got to look. Something's wrong. If you have level 31 ants and you have 7 ants, you should literally see the Arbiter and you should just die. Like, the moment he sees you taking a look at your ants, you just die instantly. Bam, gone. It's like, if that's not... you're dying to Abyss in like a T15 map, it's just impossible. Like, something's wrong there. I didn't die. I just didn't do anything against 100 mobs. Yeah, I didn't. I'm just giving an example, right? I'm not isolating you. I'm just giving a random example. You know what I mean? Something is wrong. The gamer used his brain and tried to apply reasoning. Yeah, it's usually just one little tiny thing. Just one little thing is off, and it's like, oh, yeah. Therein lies the problem. That's not fun for new players. What's the part that isn't fun? Like, if you make a mistake, if you make one mistake off of a build guide, then it all comes crumbling down, or what's the part that isn't fun? Well, one thing is they weren't level 31, they were level 28. Well, that actually is a massive difference. There's a huge difference between being level 31 and level 28. The minion levels are massive, but 28 is still very high. You still should have no problems. Level 7, level 28 ants. But I would just have to see your character. I'd have to actually sit down and look at it and see what's the problem here. I crushed all content in the game with only 4 ants at level 31. 4 ants, level 31. All content viable. Like, comfortably. Like, you're actually just chilling. You're actually just totally chilling against anything. How long would you say it takes for someone to homebrew their own build in POE1? POE1 or POE2? You said POE. POE1, I mean, well, it would depend on your definition of homebrew. I mean, you can make your own build in the very first league. It's just, how do you define success? Like, some people have fun, they don't care. Some people have fun, they make their own build and they pick whatever nodes they want and they just kind of slowly waltz through the campaign. Maybe they don't even finish it, and they had a lot of fun making whatever they made, and they might call that success. 2 to 4 stones. Well, I don't think making a 2-stone build would be that difficult. Like, if you have a knack for gaming, and you walk around and you recognize the build that you're playing is a spell damage build, you click the spell damage nodes, you click the life nodes, you do an ascendancy that does something for you, and you pick reasonable support gems for your main skill that actually enhance it, I think you could make a 2-stone build. Well, I think at a minimum you could do the entire process up to getting to the 2-stone bosses easily. Can you kill Eater and Exarch with a homebrew? How fast could you actually kill them? Well, you do have 6 portals. I don't know, like I don't know. I would say pretty quickly. A 2-stone build, homebrewed. You have 6 portals. Probably pretty quickly. Like, if you've got a knack for making builds in other ARPGs, maybe your very first league, you could do it. But can you make a build that would kill Uber Elder or Maven? That's more difficult. Now you actually need to be hitting for, I don't know, at least like, you need to have like reasonably like 500,000 DPS probably to do it, which is in PoE1 is not that high, but a homebrewed build, having no clue what you're doing, making a 500,000 build, 500,000 DPS. I don't think it would be that bad. I think if I took like a good gamer, if I took Jeremy, for example, he doesn't really play, he played Righteous Fire once. If I took him and I said, all right, what build do you want to make? You're going to make everything. I'm not going to give you any suggestions. I'm just going to kind of ask you helpful questions along the way. Like, all right, what build do you want to make? Pick one. And whatever. He picks Kinetic Blast or something. I'm like, okay. Well, you read the skill. What scales Kinetic Blast? What exactly scales it? What are the tags? Then be like, okay. So now we're going to walk around on the passive tree. What nodes do you think would benefit Kinetic Blast? Then we say, okay, how are you going to get defense? You got armor, you got evasion, you got energy shield, you got life, you got suppression, you got resistances, you got max resistances, you got block. What do you want to do? You pick what you want to do. Okay, you pick energy shield. Okay, so how are you going to scale energy shield? What are you going to do with that? Okay. Now, what supports are you going to use for Kinetic Blast? Use a planner. Look at the different supports. What do you think would be good for this skill? I'm telling you, Jeremy is going to kill with his own build, just with me just asking him some build generating questions. He's going to kill Exarch and Eater in his first league with this random ass build he made. Like, I was talking to Fubgun yesterday. Let me give you an example. I was talking to Fubgun yesterday about the Druid. And I asked him something. So, okay. We have so we're going to use both weapons on the Druid. We're going to use, like, staff on one hand, and then the other hand, we're going to use our shape-shifting thing. It looks like, we won't know this for sure, but we're going to make some assumptions here. It looks like most of the Druid shape-shifting skills are attacks. And obviously, a lot of the spells outside of their form will probably be spells. In Path of Exile, or in ARPGs, it usually never works to scale two things at the same time. Usually doesn't work to scale spells and attacks at the same time. Now, it might be possible with the Druid because of if there's nodes like shape-shifting damage. Maybe some of the Druid spells have the shape-shifting tag. But in general, for most builds in most ARPGs, hybrid is not the way to play. We're going to ban this moron out of YouTube. He's gone. Thank God. Ooh. God, that's so much better. So then the question becomes, what are you going to scale on your Druid? Are you going to scale the spells, or are you going to scale the attacks? And I asked him, from what you've seen, what do you think will be better? Trying to build a hybrid Druid or trying to scale one or the other? And Fubgun's initial thought is exactly the same as mine. It'll be, thank you so much. Yeah, that guy. The guy has a peanut brain. He'll probably be over to YouTube in a moment, or on Twitch in a moment to complain. We'll ban him once he arrives. He's probably switching over right now. But we need to figure out very specifically what are we going to scale. It'll probably be way better to do one thing or the other.
The drowned city awaits.
There could be an entire ring of passives that says the percentage of the spell damage also applies to your attacks. Absolutely. There will absolutely be shape-shifting nodes that work for both. And if there's enough of them, maybe hybrid building is good. But usually that's not the answer.
Exile, wretched and drowned.
I am here. Why did you ban me? That's not you, buddy. The guy that I banned is going on the biggest tantrum right now. There's no way he'd be able to contain himself. He would never be able to log over and say, "Excuse me, sir, why did you ban me?" He's going absolutely ballistic over there. Are the Wyvern attack spells? We don't know. We don't have... We won't know anything until we actually see like a post from Grinding Gear Games. They said that they're still changing stuff, so we don't know. Okay, is this... No, this isn't the zone. We're almost to the zone where we can get our Val Guards. Did the egg guy get banned? Yeah, I banned him. I can't stand that guy. The egg has been turned into an omelet. Yeah, they were talking about Crown of Eyes yesterday. Could be a possibility. Let's see, we can pull it up here. I don't think I have one to look at. Here's what they were talking about, in case you don't know what the unique is. But this is a way that we could possibly do hybrid scaling. An egg sounds good right now. It really does. It really does. What about Witch Hunter? Witch Hunter is the one that has the 100 respec points. Can absolutely do it if you go Witch Hunter. You can make 2 entirely different trees, which is very helpful. But also remember, a lot of the power comes from your gear. Now, if you can find something like a Crown of Eyes that scales both, then I never said it's impossible. What I said is, for hybrid builds, it's almost always better to just focus on scaling one thing. There are very few builds in ARPG history where doing some kind of hybrid thing is a better path than just scaling one thing. Are there any hybrid utility in POE1 is good compared with POE2 at this stage? Hybrid utility. I guess I'm not sure I'm 100% understanding the question. Hybrid utility. Utility skills that are hybrid for... Are you talking about like different damage types or different defense types or something like Ghost Dance? Like a Battle Mage War Cry? Never half-ass 2 things, whole-ass 1 thing. Like Aura bots? Is that what we're talking about? Are you talking about, are there Aura bots in PoE2? You're going Wyvern Titan. Are you going the Titan because of the extra... Let's see, it's extra aftershocks if the skill doesn't create fissures. It's extra aftershock, 3 extra aftershocks if it doesn't create fissures. Is that what you're doing? But it has to be a slam skill, every 3rd slam skill that you cast that doesn't create fissures. Hammer Fissure Magma Ball. I don't know like the interaction between those things. I don't know exactly how they work. I haven't made a build like that. So, but why are you doing fissures? I thought the new Titan Ascendancy doesn't work if the thing creates fissures. How are fissures getting implemented into that? Or are you not taking that node? I assume you're playing Titan for the new node. Do you mean Aftershock instead of Fissure? Or if the Magma Ball slams for Volcano, your Fissure scales off of your attack.
While I do admire darkness, filth, I cannot.
Right. So you start with a big boy hammer. You throw it for fissures. So you have fissures. And then you throw magma balls on top of those. So are you putting the volcano as well on top of the fissures? Okay, so your idea seems to be completely ignoring some of the new points of the ascendancy. So you are going to be creating fissures, and you're just going to put magma balls and tornadoes on it and just trying to... Okay, I understand. Okay. I kept trying to understand how your idea is going to work with the Titan changes, but you're not doing it for the Titan changes, you're just doing it for the slam part. Okay. Well, you're going to have to let me know how it works. That's definitely not what I would have tried. I would have tried to not create fissures and do something with aftershocks. Sorry, not the best English. No. Your English is perfectly fine. I just thought you were trying to do something with the new parts of the ascendancy. It's not your fault. It's fine. You speak English better than I can speak any other language, so I have no room to talk. Simple as that. I love it when people insult others for like trying to speak their language and you say, "Sir, can you speak any other languages? How well would you do trying to speak your second best language?" Probably pretty shittily. I don't ever insult someone for trying to speak another language. That's one of the dumbest things you could ever do. Okay, so if we beat... I think all we need to do is beat Queen of Filth. If we beat her, then we finally can switch to our Spectres. Finally. I'll never... You speak pig Latin? I'll tell you a funny story. I bet you I can still do it. I don't think I've done this for I don't know how many years. So I got to AP Calculus, right? AP Calculus in high school. And our teacher was Mrs. Butler. She'd been teaching for like 900 years. She was an old dinosaur, but she was very nice. She's a very good teacher. On the very first day, she walked up to the front of the class with a little smile and she said, "All right, guys, right away, I'll let you guys make a choice that will impact the entire rest of the semester." She goes, I can either teach you in English, or I can teach you in Turkey Irish. Which would you prefer for the whole semester? And we're all like, Turkey Irish? Is that like, what is that? Is that like pig Latin or something? And then she looked at us with a smile and she said, Yabes, abed abes, jabas labik, pabig labetaben. And I was in the front row and I kind of scrunched my eyes. I'm like, wait. Say something again. Just keep talking. She goes, Rabbi Yaban, Yabu Wabant Mabi Tabu Tabak Mabar Tabu Yabu. And I was looking at her, I was like, what? Wabate Abai Kaban Spabik Abit Tabu. And she was like, oh my God, Yabu Kaban Spabik Abit Tabu? You can speak it too? I was like, Abai Gabes, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, she started speaking it. I just instantly, she's just speaking English with just the syllables moved around. And I just instantly understood it. I was like, Abai Kaban Spabik Abit Tabu, Rabbi Nabao, Abai Aben Plabe Abing Pabeth Abeth Abek Sabal Abel Tabu. Right now I'm playing POE2. I can just speak it. She's like, oh my God, yes. You can do it too. And then there was actually another kid in my class, Andrew. He could do it too instantly. He's just like, we just got it instantly. So when you said Pig Latin, I was like, I can't speak Pig Latin. Babat abai kaben spabi kabet taber kabi abai rabish. Abai labern fraben mabis babet tabet. No. Abai labern frabum mabis babet tabler waben abai wabas yabum. I can speak. I can just talk like it instantly. Crazy. And then like, so how do you actually do it? Like, ha-bai. You just put A-B before every vowel. I think that's it. Ha-bai. Instead of hi, it's just ha-bai. Abai, labaik, yabu. I like you. And if there's two vowels, you don't do it. There's like certain rules on how you do it, but you just put A-B before every vowel. Habeth, Abav, Abex, Sabail, Tabu. Path of Exile 2. Wabi, Abar, Abba, Babout, Tabu, Fabite, Quabin, Abav, Fabilth, Rabite, Habir. I'm about to fight Queen of Filth right here. That's it. It's not like, don't think about it as let me put the A-B before. Like, don't think about it like that at all. Just do it. Jabas, Dabu, Abid. Jabas Pabit, Thaba Abe, Babi, Fabor, Aber, Vabarabi, Vaba, Wabil. Put the AB before every vowel. Don't think about it, just do it. It's not that hard. My brain doesn't get it. I bet you there's someone in chat, probably a couple people in chat just had a seizure, but there's probably a couple of people in chat that can just do it instantly. Ow. Not even paying attention here. Let's pay attention. This is Queen of Filth. I had this dream last night where my character would actually do some single target damage, but it was just a dream. You had a seizure, yeah. You can either speak it or you have a seizure. There's no in between. It's one or the other. Abai Labov Rabax. Yes, see, you got it. Abai Labov Rabax. Yep. Abba's Nabit Babat Habard. It's not that hard. Just do it.
What a disgusting pig of a woman.
That's the new thing, Turkey Irish. But the moment someone said Pig Latin, I was like, Turkey Irish, Mrs. Butler, AP Calculus. Me and Andrew had that bond. We had the Turkey Irish bond. I'm pretty sure if you can speak it right away, it pretty much means that you have an IQ below 40. I think that's what it means. That's why I figured it out right away. I'm the king of the dumbasses, so it just clicked instantly, obviously. Yabu Habev Abba Smobble Poppy Nabis Wabi Nabo. Wabi Nabo. We know. We've known, man. Probably would take despair here, right? It's actually pretty common knowledge how small of a penis he has, yeah. Why would she offer to teach in that language? She was joking. She just wanted an excuse to start rambling in Turkey Irish, which we were happy to oblige. She was a great teacher, actually. I really liked Mrs. Butler. She was great. Triple res boots, but I'd lose 10 movement speed, but I don't move fast anyway. Can't even wear it. 39 dex, you can forget that. Never mind. Dream's gone. By the way, am I not even... Oh yeah, is my Hellhound here? Alright, we need to start actually putting some support gems on my gear instead of playing with nothing. Did I learn derivatives in Turkey Irish? She really never spoke Turkey Irish ever again other than that first thing. That was the only time. You spent 1 hour with your Spanish teacher teaching her Mario secrets. That's honestly one of the best ways to learn. I had a Spanish teacher named Senor Pierce, and every day we didn't open any books. We didn't like learn specific things. He would just walk into class. He'd be like, he'd just ask us, "Tell me what you guys did last night." And some guy would be like, I played goalie for my soccer league last night in our game. And then Senor Pierce would just help him and just try to have a conversation with him about, tell me how you played. Tell me how the game went. Tell me what the opponents were like. And we, at the end of the semester, instead of just looking at textbooks and reading chapters, instead, we had 180 different days of Spanish conversations, just talking as we would normally. And I felt like I learned way more in that Spanish class than any of the other ones, like by far. Wasn't even close. Like, could learn how to just converse. I didn't see it, Alloy. Is it any good? How fluent is my Spanish now? Más o menos. Mi español es más o menos porque yo vivo en el centro de los Estados Unidos. Aquí no tengo nadie para practicar mi español y por eso hace muchos años se me olvidó todo. Se me olvidó muchas palabras. It's not very good. I could definitely speak to you if I had to convey something to you. I could get my point across, but would the verbs be conjugated correctly? Would I use the right tenses? Would I forget tons of nouns? Absolutely, I'd fuck it up badly. How good is your German? Ugh! Are there any other words other than that one? Nine. Kindergarten Autobahn. How good is your Peter Griffin? I don't have a very good Peter Griffin at all, sadly. I have a good Borat. I have a good Milton. I have a good Dr. Evil. I don't have a good Peter Griffin at all. By the way, my gear doesn't have any supports. The Borat impression is legendary. I pretty much am Borat. You've been stationed in Germany for 3 years but haven't learned the language. Do you have any German speakers around you to help teach you? So the only point of the Hellhound is just to live. Rax, godly leveling build. There it is. Thank you, me. A lot of the I would like to thank me for this guide. I know all the Hellhound does is live. It doesn't do any damage. So, what do we do with Dumbass over here? We give him loyalty and meat shield. Loyalty. He takes the damage for me. Love that. He's loyal to us. Meat shield. He does less damage, but he takes less damage. He can't die. Love that. And then hulking. I don't know what tier of a support do we need for that. Hulking. T4. Do I have a T4? I do. There we go. He has more life. Okay, so there we go. He's never gonna die now. Love that. I have five of these. Obviously, we put them into Essence Drain and then Specters, right? We need considered casting. And then maybe we get Chain 2 and Swift Affliction 2. We're going to make our guy real strong right now. There we go. Much better. We'll do the pain offering later. Okay, that's good enough for now, I think. Good enough for now. Germans are very good at speaking multiple languages. That has been my experience. The Germans know the languages. Am I doing ants for this build? Definitely not. The ants are gone out of the game, Kyle. We're going to do something different. The ants are El Gano. For those of you that don't speak Spanish, El Gano means gone. Someone just messaged me. The Colts quarterback is out and potentially out for the year. God, man. I hate life. The one time we don't suck. Bro. Bro, the one time the Colts could win. Jesus, man. The Colts had one job. Well, that's it. Rip Colts season. We were number 1 in the NFL a couple weeks ago. How the mighty fall. The Colts are baseball? Not quite. This is a football team. Well, the Colts are trash again. Back to mediocrity. Well, thanks God. The Colts almost did something this year. We had a non-zero chance to win the Super Bowl, and now we have a 0 chance. I would like to thank Satan for this turn of events. They're saying Daniel Jones tore his Achilles, so that's the end of that. He's out of there. Why do I like the Colts? So this is going to be a weird story. When I started my career at Nationwide Insurance, 2020 or 2007, it's almost 18 years ago. My trainer was a girl named Becky. No, she was not hot. No, I did not bang her. So Becky, when she was training me, she asked me one day, she goes, "Okay, Ryan, can I ask you an important question?" I said, "Lay it on me." And she said, "Who's your favorite NFL team?" And I go, "Oh, I actually don't have one. We live in Nebraska. There's no teams around here. The closest team to us is the Kansas City Chiefs. And they blow the biggest mammoth dick the world has ever seen. The only thing worse than them is the Browns. So we don't like Kansas City either. So I don't know. We got nobody." And she goes, "All right, Ryan, I need you to do something for me." I go, "Okay." She goes, "I need you to root for the Colts always." And I looked her in the eyes and I said, "Becky, done. I will always root for the Colts, no matter what. I promise." She goes, "Really?" I go, "I promise. I don't have a team. It's the Colts now, forever." I'm only rooting for the Colts. She goes, okay, I'm gonna test you on it. I go, I'll research their season later, and I mean, we got Peyton Manning, right? So we always got a chance. So that's it. I've just been a Colts fan ever since. I didn't when I became a fan of the Colts, we had Peyton Manning, but Peyton Manning went to the Broncos not too long later, so not too long after, so
This fellow has been here far too long.
oh, this guy has abilities. That's kind of weird, isn't it? This guy does stuff. By the way, I should have given some supports to Dark Effigy. That was a throw.
We'll love to see you.
You were a fan of the Colts until they traded Peyton Manning to the Broncos.
Vile ingenuity never ceases.
Yeah, he still had many more good years in him, right? That didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Wait, no.
What about hockey? Have I ever been to an NHL game?
Foul blood.
Um,
Perhaps if
I am not a huge hockey fan. If I go to a hockey game, I just go for like the snacks. I just get a hot dog and popcorn, and I just eat snacks and wait for somebody to start fighting. I've been to a not an NHL game, but I've been to a couple of, what's the league below the NHL, the Lincoln Stars. I've been to a couple of those games. It's very loud. It's cold, but there's snacks, so that's okay. Curling is the best sport. Curling is definitely the best sport if you have trouble sleeping. If you have insomnia, curling can cure it pretty much instantly.
are these living hearts in the flesh? Hello, my name is Alva Valai. It was I. No, don't run away. Oh, I think the pose a threat. Let's go after them.
All right, let's so we need a Bind Spectre gem. Okay, now we're gonna go get the Val Guards. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to find the guy that throws the bombs. Everybody keep your eyes peeled. We need the Valguard that throws the bombs. Not these guys. They're big boys. So not that guy. He's got a big ass sword. He's not throwing any bombs. All right, who's throwing bombs? Any bomb havers? There is a Valguard. But we need the Valguard that's throwing bombs. I better just not even attack. Let's let my minions do this. Val Legionnaire. Okay, there's bombs being thrown. Is it this guy back here? That guy might be it. I think somebody... It's a Val Goliath. I think one of those guys was throwing bombs. No, not these guys. You can find them, I think, right here. I think they're right here. You just need to find one. We're just very calmly looking for the guys that throw the bombs. That guy has a sword, so not him. Val Legionnaire. Somebody throw bombs, please. All right, let's just try something for fun. Let's just res this Valguard and see what happens. This is absolutely not it. Dude, I was watching a college football game like the last couple of weekends, and I actually can't believe how many commercials there are. Like, they say it's 25 minutes of commercials per hour. There is no way that's the actual value. It has to be way more than that. Like, it's easily more than half of the game. You haven't touched POE2 since launch. How different does it feel? Since the launch? I would say significantly better than the launch. The problem is this was supposed to be the big endgame patch, and we didn't get it. This guy. Yeah, it's that guy. Okay, we found it. Oh, I died. I got too excited. Is that corpse still going to be there? Okay, I got too excited. That's okay. I found him. It's right here. Bro, the corpse disappears? Wait, why? Damn it, now I have to find another one.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Or is that... Am I in the wrong spot? Is that not where I was? Nice job, boys. No, this isn't hardcore. We're just dicking around trying to... If it was hardcore, I would never just casually walk into... This guy. Can I res him? I think this is the correct Valguard as well. Okay. The voice inside my head. Yeah, this is it. Okay, we got him, boys. Oh, you can disenchant the Bind Spectre gem. Oh. That's beautiful. I didn't know that. Okay, so now what we do here is we go Feeding Frenzy, multi-shot, rapid attacks. So we don't need the gas arrow anymore. Let's get a bunch of supports here. Oops. So that requires a 4. Just make sure. Okay, so we need a 4 here. Okay. And now we need multi-shot. Multi-shot is only a 2. And then we need rapid attacks. I can't even use rapid attacks because I have too many. So can I take this one out? Let me see here. So if I take this out of this, would this let me use? There we go. All right. Now we should be... Now we need a new scepter. We need a minion thing that does things. So everything that I have is horrendous. This gives me 38 spirit. I'm 2 spirit away from getting a 4th Valguard. How do you know if anything is good or not in the end game without having played the game before? Well, that is an excellent question. Um, you probably don't. You just have to start price checking anything that you think would be valuable. After you play for a bit, you get a feeling for it. Usually all the random stuff that you find is usually completely worthless. And a good loot filter will give you a sound. Bam! When you get something really good, it will be very obvious. That is one good way with a good loot filter. Should you quality it to increase the reservation efficiency? Quality would give me minions do more damage. I'm not sure how many GCPs would we have at this point? Like one? I've never played team fight tactics. I never have. Is it fun? Did I follow a build? I did not, Dennis. I just made my own build. Balmer, Crier, thank you so much for the primes, guys. So I need to get some more intelligence. So we can respec with gold, right?
Hello.
Who's respec boy? Is it you?
I must keep.
Refund this one. And then I need some more intelligence. I need 2 spirit. 2. So we're going to be looking for 2 spirit here somewhere.
What do you need?
I really need minion levels. I need minion levels on my omelet. I need minion levels on my hat. I need minion levels on my everything. How good is gambling in this game? Any good? At low levels, is it any good? If I was playing this for real, I would have been looking for plus minion stuff the whole way. Well, so far, this has been a complete disaster. Manot, thank you so much for the gifted sub, man. Appreciate you. Right, I spent 5 characters worth of gambling, but I'm doing this to get data. Like, is this actually worth it? It seems super garbage. For weapons, anyway. Am I going to play D4 for 15 hours before the season starts? I'll definitely play it before. There is almost undeniable evidence, like irrefutable evidence, that we're going to get the Paladin. There's a huge chance. Mega huge chance. That we are going to get the Paladin. Or the Crusader. El mucho del mega huge ass chance. I actually don't know which one's better. Let's see. Okay, it'd be exactly the same. This would give me 2 more. Let's just go like this, I guess, for fun. I get anything for minions here? Of course not. That would have been helpful. They said watch the Game Awards. They said watch the Game Awards. And then they showed that we're going to get a flail cosmetic. And then they said, if you pay attention, the name of the season is I don't know, like Holy Justice or something. So seeming very strongly in favor of Paladin. Do I think the Paladin will be free or will it cost money? The leading theory on that is they already announced, I believe it was already announced that we will get the expansion info at the Game Awards. And so I'm guessing pre-orders will start then, and if you pre-order it, maybe the Paladin will be free. If you pre-order, the Paladin will be free, is the leading guess. I think that's a good guess. No way it's free. Also not a bad guess. I don't know. It'll probably be if you pre-order the expansion, you can play the Paladin. That's probably what it will be. Is the leading theory. Time lost him, huh? All right, this should be super cutie patootie. Here we go.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can stop. Yes? This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Belay, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
Deception!
You will fall before us.
Can't even tell where is she? Where is Viper Excusi? Oh shit. Didn't even see that that was happening. Viper Excusi. Bro, you killed all of my minions?
Somehow, I've been cheated out of another kill.
D4 seems pretty dry. There's almost nothing new, sadly. Oh, we get a new class. We get a new endgame system, or what are they called? New the Alva Temple system. Woody asked for stash tabs, and Blizzard admitted storage is broken beyond repair. I don't get it. What does that mean? That means that their system for storing items is so broken that they cannot fix it, and therefore we will never get more stash tabs. What does that even mean? Did Blizzard actually say that?
Flower petals everywhere. Boring.
Well, right. I know that. I was there. I was there watching it live the day that they announced that we load everyone's items in their stashes. I know that, but like it's been 2 years, right? Haven't they fixed that or changed that by now? Like change the way that items load to like help the game? Didn't that get changed? Is my question. I know that, but that was like one of the first campfires ever. It was like season 1 campfire. They don't have the technology. They don't. Okay. You know what? I don't have. Okay. Just. Okay. It's whatever. Okay. You know, a couple of people internally, these are formal, let's say former internal employees that no longer work at Blizzard. They said, like, there's a lot of rumors that the public has about Blizzard and their employees, da-da-da-da-da, right? And like a lot of rumors, a lot of them are not true. But there is one rumor that is spread pretty commonly that I have heard from multiple sources is beyond true. And that is that Blizzard, relative to other companies in the industry, severely underpay their developers. And so because of that, whenever they do have a lot of talent, the talent almost always leaves for another company. I have had this confirmed by former Blizzard employees multiple times. So I do think that that may be a problem. What I'm not saying is that Blizzard doesn't have any talent, but what I am saying is it sounds like Blizzard's structure is not designed to retain top talent. Rax just admitted he was there. I have never been to Blizzard before. I didn't admit anything. I've never been there. All I admitted was I have talked to them. You don't have to go anywhere to talk to somebody. I'm talking to you guys all over the world right now, sitting in Nebraska, not going anywhere. I've never been to Blizzard before. I've been to the Xbox studios. Gain cold thorns damage. You do thorns damage, but it's converted to cold damage? Huh. What's my favorite major holiday and why? Hmm. Not the 4th of July. It's a good question. I think it's kind of like a tie for me. I like Christmas. I like Thanksgiving. I like Halloween. Probably those three. I like all three of them, really. I like the spooky horror movies. Although I don't really get to participate on Halloween anymore. I don't really get to do anything. I guess I guess I'll eliminate Halloween. I'll eliminate Halloween, so now I'm down to Thanksgiving and Christmas. Well, I don't really care about getting any gifts, so giving gifts can be really fun and feels very good. The music is decent for one day and then unbearable immediately after. So I guess the best is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving has no downsides. You eat like Jabba the Hutt. There's no annoying music. It's not freezing cold. Probably Thanksgiving is the GOAT, I guess. It's all upsides with no downsides. I'd say Thanksgiving is the best. Valentine's Day. I have no comment on Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. Dude, my brother literally got the shittiest birthday of all time. My brother's birthday is the day before Valentine's Day. So the day before his girlfriend can pretend to care about him, but then immediately after Valentine's Day hits and he has to 5x whatever she did on the previous day. Otherwise, she'll think that he hates her. It's like the worst thing ever. It ruins one of the best days, and it exacerbates one of the probably the worst days. Imagine. Imagine being born the day before Valentine's Day. Why does he hate her? No. What? What? Does he hate her? What? No. What? No. What? Your wife was born on Valentine's Day? Now that's the dream, right? So that's the dream. That just gets you off the hook one day out of the year. That's amazing. You were born February 13th as well. My brother was born on February 13th. Will I be your Valentine's Day? Will I be your Valentine? We'll see how you behave, West. There's 2 more months to monitor here. My wife was also born on Valentine's Day, and it doesn't get you off the hook. Wait, why not? How doesn't that get you off the hook? it still requires 2 gifts. Well, I'm not worried about that part. That's... Most girls, from my experiences, don't care about... They don't care about what gifts you give them. Like, obviously you want to get them something thought... Like, they care about if you make the day special for them. They care about if they felt loved that day.
Fool, there is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Most girls, in your experience, disappear after you take your meds. After you take the meds. So they liked you before you took the meds? What exactly are the meds curing that the women like before it goes away? Manot, thanks for the T2 sub, my dude. As a girl, you say Valentine's Day is a prank. You don't care if your husband likes you on a given day. They should like you during the year. Well, that's a good way to look at it. But if Valentine's Day comes around and your husband says, honey, here's a box of chocolates. I hope you have a great day. Just remember, I was nice to you. I was nice to you all year, so nothing else is required to prove my love for you. Are you going to be fine with that? Lol, hell no. That's how it works in most of the world. You guys don't have Valentine's Day in other countries?
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
It's commercial crap. Why bother? I mean, Valentine's Day is okay. It's I don't hate it or whatever. It's fine. It's whatever. Doriani. Your wife is allergic to flowers, so I usually take her to the city and get her to eat something. Can you get her, like, synthetic flowers that she isn't allergic to? I hope she's not watching the stream. I'm not trying to get you in trouble or give you more work, but what about synthetic flowers that aren't real, but they still look pretty? Is that a thing? any special day where you're supposed to give a gift is just stupid. Excuse me. My birthday, where I'm supposed to get gifts, is not stupid. It's very important.
Cannot be stopped.
I must shave my peephole. What was the best gift that I ever received?
History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be protected.
My minions are doing something, but remember, I have 0 bonus levels of minions on my scepter. I have 0 bonus minions on my circlet. I have 0 bonus minions on my amulet. If I had bonus to minions, they would have shredded Doriani in 2 seconds. You know what I mean? I'm playing very, very under-geared here. My gear is as bad as you could ever imagine it to be. I still killed him fine. My gear is absolute garbage. Yeah, my minions are doing damage for sure. If I turn my minions off, I'd do way less damage. I mean, that was the final boss of Act 3. I killed him in under 2 minutes with horrible gear with no chance of him killing me. I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get from a POE2 build in the campaign when you have that bad of gear. I don't even have my second ascendancy. It's about as good as it's going to get, boys. What's my favorite, best gift I ever received? I mean, the one that popped into my mind was when I was a little boy, my Uncle Rocky sent me every video game system and every video game practically ever made. He sent me a regular Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, a Game Gear, a Sega CD, an Atari, a Socrates, a Neo Geo. I don't know. There were 9 systems. I can't remember them all. He sent me 9 systems and like 200 games. He sent me Zelda, Zelda 2, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, Sonic, Double Dragon, NBA Jam, Chrono Trigger. He sent me everything. That was probably the best gift I ever got in my life. Pretty insane. Where will I announce the plushies? Oh, I don't know. Just here. The plushies, if you want one of these, they're going to go on. There's one-time buy. If you want one, you buy one. The plan is to never have them sold ever again. So you get one chance if you want one of these. They go on sale December 9th. These plushies do not exist right now. So I think it takes time. They have to make all the plushies based upon however many orders we get. So I think there's a week or 2 of orders or however long, and then they take some time to make them all, and then they ship them to you. So you're not going to get them quickly. They have to gather up all the orders, custom make all the little plushies, and then they'll ship them out. So the plan is to only have them available one time ever, so this is the only chance.
Even the grand.
If people love them and they sell 1,000,000 copies of them or whatever, maybe we can do like a different version of it later, like where he's holding up a sign later and it says blast or something. When are the plushies available to buy? Is that the question? In 2 days. In 2 days. Starts on the 9th and you have like a, I don't know, I'll have to look at the timing. It'll be like a week to buy it. In a week to buy it if you want one. The plushies are pretty big, man. They're way bigger than you might think they are. Look at it compared to my head. It's like as big as my entire head. It's a pretty big plushie. Look at it compared to a can pop. I do not know the cost. I don't know what it is. I don't set the cost. It's whatever they set it at. I don't even know like what my cut of it is. I don't know anything. I will know on the 9th. I don't know any of the information. You're feeling the FOMO for the plushie. You're going to add it to your collection. It is very, very critically important to me not to like, I don't want to trick anyone into buying it. Like, you should only get one if you have extra disposable income and you would really enjoy one. Don't do it to support me in any way. I'd much rather you spend your money on yourself. Only buy one if you want one, man. That's it. It's just a funny little plushie to put on your desk or do whatever you want with. A tornado bird plushie that will never be sold on this chat unless I can. Maybe we'll do a tornado bird plushie if we do another version of this one time that has a machine gun that you can point at tornado bird and his head is exploding with blood. I would be down for that one. Other than that, no.
Hey there. Hello there. It's a lot to tell.
Doriani has one.
Can you shove it up your ass? I mean, that's kind of what I expected half of the people to buy it to do with it. You can absolutely shove it up your ass. It's too big. That's the wrong attitude, man. That's the wrong attitude.
Come visit my shop sometime.
Okay, we're in Act 4, very comfortably, even with garbage gear. Be right back 1 second. Which ascendancy looks better? We actually have no idea because there was a picture posted of what the ascendancies might be, but then Grinding Gear Games commented that those are not correct and they're redoing them. So we don't even know what the nodes do. So we really cannot say. Really just don't know. I'm planning to start Shaman, maybe? Let's see here. How do we get this show on the road?
What do you need? Let's deal.
Okay.
Come again.
Welcome back. So, your business.
You're really excited for the new season. You got a new GPU. Is it worth it at all? It's really cool. You got a new graphics card. Is it worth it to play now, or should you just wait? So usually the advice, like, don't let me tell you how to live your life, but usually what I would tell people is if you're really excited for a new season, I actually really wouldn't play now. The only thing I would do right now is log in and play a little bit to make sure that you got your graphics settings correct. But you don't want to burn out of playing the game before the season even starts. Like, I am the king of the losers. I never burn out playing. I always want to play more video games because I'm a born loser. But a lot of quote unquote normal people, you know, they get bored after a little while playing video games. So all your progress is going to be erased if you want to start over when the season starts anyway. So probably I would probably hold off unless you can play now and not have it hurt your fun when it launches in a week. It's not even a week, it's 5 days. Yeah, I mean, the new season's almost here, but I would log in. I would log in to standard and set up your stash tabs. I would check to make sure that all of your graphics settings are where you want them to be. That will provide big value for you on the season launch.
The Caldurans throw shit for me, like spoiled meat.
You have a PC question? Okay, try to answer it. If I can't answer it, I bet there's somebody smart in chat who knows the answer. What's the question? The answer is AMD processor, NVIDIA graphics card. Actually, AMD graphics cards I think are also pretty good. Did Grinding Gear Games say when or how often the new league mechanic will be in the campaign? Did they? I feel like they did make a comment on it. You have to touch like, was it 6 beacons or something in order to get it to start even, to even go into the temple. And they said the beginning temples are going to be like little baby ones. As someone who has played now, I don't know how many, 6 or 7 different POE leagues, POE1 and POE2. I can tell you, usually the optimal strategy is just to completely ignore the mechanic in the campaign, just to get to the end game and then start doing it. That is usually the best way to do it if you're talking about efficiency. So I really don't know if doing these low-level Alva temples are really going to help you relative to just getting through the campaign.
A map, or at least part of one.
Is there a new act coming? No. No new act and no major endgame changes, so that's why a lot of the community is pretty disappointed. This was supposed to be the endgame patch. They did say that the endgame patch that they have, which is supposed to launch now, which is instead coming later, they did say it's pretty grand. They said like it's an entirely new system that they think is way better. So the hype for that patch is still pretty high, but we just aren't getting it right now, which is pretty upsetting. Would I have rather had an endgame patch or the Druid? I personally, I would have way rather had the endgame patch. The endgame patch applies to all builds, all classes. I can just play the Druid later. I'd rather the endgame be fun. That's what I would have preferred by far for me, but it's fine. I'm trying my best not to think that the world is burning for any of these ARPGs. Everyone hates Last Epoch now because Crafton owns them and there's going to be a paid class. I understand every possible angle from why people are mad, and I have no way to refute it. Like, it makes sense. But I'm going to play the next season of Last Epoch. I'm going to hope it's really good. I'm going to hope the class is not that expensive. I'm going to hope the paid class is just really good and not broken, so people don't feel forced into buying it. It's all wishful thinking, but I'm going to try to remain positive until there's no avenue to remain positive anymore. Diablo 4 isn't dropping their tower. That was literally pretty much the only thing I was excited for. Okay, fine. But they said something epic is coming in the Game Awards. Okay. We got a leak that there's a flail cosmetic. Okay. Probably something, if they're not giving us a paladin class, maybe they're giving us a paladin arc or something. I don't know. It's the most logical thing based upon the information that we have. If we get that, that'd be pretty cool. Love to throw some hammers. Yeah, I'm trying to make a very strong effort right now for all games. I'm going to try to still be realistic, but I'm going to try really to stay away from the negativity. I'm only going to be negative if there's absolutely no hope. If Last Epoch makes the new pay-to-win class super OP and it's super expensive and monetization is taking over the game on behalf of Crafton, I'm not going to be positive about it anymore. If Grinding Gear Games keeps delaying every single major release for POE2 over and over and over and over, like a pattern that we've seen. I'm not going to be happy about it. If Diablo 4 keeps Diablo 4ing, not going to be happy about it. But I'm going to try to stay positive. Titan Quest 2 devs have been cooking. Yeah, my only concern with Titan Quest 2 is last act, I played a caster, and my caster never got any gear. All the gear I got was all melee gear and like hunter gear, like the whole time. I was just like, I actually wondered when they released like the next act if they just forgot to put in caster gear. Just like, excuse me, sir? You feel bad for Aaron? Aaron Action RPG? You feel bad for him? What happened to Aaron? You're glad I'm staying positive? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't have the... I don't think I have the emotional capacity. Like, to me, being negative all the time is starting to get pretty exhausting. It's actually just straight up exhausting. I don't even have the energy or the emotional capacity to be mad anymore. With the whole last Epoch stuff. Yeah, but he plays more than just last Epoch though, doesn't he? Can you imagine if we got +3 to all minion levels? God, that would be nice. Let's go Valguards for sure. Level 12 Valguards. Wow. think we just go checkpoint back, right? Go here, right?
My boy is dead. It's my job. I couldn't. Please, hurry back.
You don't understand what the drama is over Last Epoch? The fact that they're charging a $10 thing? That in and of itself is not really why people are mad. It's not that they have to spend $10 more on Last Epoch. I think most people would be willing to do that. The problem is that they said since the beginning that they would not do that. That's the problem. That's why people are so mad. Imagine you go to your favorite hamburger place for 10 years and they always say our burgers are going to be $5. They are never changing. They're always going to be $5. And you say, okay, that's exactly what I want. Then after 5 years, they say, sorry, the burgers are now $7. Like, it's reasonable when you think about it rationally that it costs $7 now. Okay, like that was a dumb promise to make. The fast food place couldn't have held up with that. So, okay, I'll still eat there, but that doesn't mean that the people who are mad that they broke their promise aren't entitled to be mad, right? A burger you could understand because inflation is too bad. Well, inflation doesn't discriminate, right? Inflation affects nearly everything, right? Not just burgers. You get inflation on everything. Inflation it even impacts the video game industry, right? The cost of living goes up, you know, just the same as anything else. Again, I'm not defending EHG. I understand why it needs to cost money now. I understand it probably won't be that expensive, and it's, in the grand scheme of things, probably not going to be a huge deal. I can also understand why everybody is very pissed off about it. See, think about it this way. A lot of people bought Last Epoch supporter packs because they believed in Last Epoch's mission of not charging us more money. So they're willing to surrender some of their money for that promise, right? And then they realize, like I've heard a lot of people say, you know, I feel really dumb for buying the supporter packs for this game. I feel very dumb for buying supporter packs for this game, for this promise, when this promise was never going to be kept. And them being angry makes perfect sense. Oh shit, I wasn't even looking at my screen. I'm getting murdered. The Krabby Patties are murdering me. These guys are strong. What I need to do is I need to find a wand that actually has bonus minion levels, and I need bonus minion levels on my amulet and on my hat. I'm missing so many minion levels right now. I'm missing so much damage right now. Like, there's almost no chance you would be weaker than I am when you reach this point. We're still cooking really, really well, but in the grand scheme of things, this character is an absolute effing trash can. This guy is an absolute trash can.
wonder if it's still close.
Spiritborn is okay, but Paradox classes no. Yeah, I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling the last Epoch expansion will be cheaper. The last Epoch monetization cost will probably be cheaper than the Diablo 4 expansion cost, and it will probably give you more content. So last Epoch will give you more for less. So all that, and then people will still be pissed off. You know one thing I've kind of figured out after being a content creator for, it's going to be 7 years in March. You want to know what you want to know what sponsors call us? They don't call us content creators. They don't call us streamers. They don't call us gamers. They call us influencers. And I can't tell you how much I effing hate that word. I hate it. I hate being called that. Because the idea of an influencer is I have a pendulum that I'm dangling, and I'm trying to make you think one way or the other. I hate that idea. And what I've figured out after streaming for almost 7 years is I have no interest in trying to make you think a certain way, other than the only exception to that idea is if you are mad or depressed. If I have a genuine way to make you feel happy or better about something, that's about the only way I'm happy to, quote unquote, influence you the other way. Like, if you are mad at EHG and Crafton, I do not want to convince you to not be mad about it. So go ahead. If you're mad at Grinding Gear Games for not giving us the endgame patch this time, be mad at them. If you're mad at Blizzard for canceling the tower or delaying the tower, go ahead. I'm only providing you some information about why none of those things are really bothering me that much. And if that helps you feel better, awesome. And if it doesn't, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I just influenced you into agreeing with your point. It's about the only way I'm totally fine influencing you. If I can make you feel better about something that's actually not that bad, I think that's just, I guess, a win for everybody. I don't mind that one. That's about it.
And they called me a monster. Clawed your way out from the depths. Time to put you down.
We need inspiration. I can't think of a more cringe word than influencer. I like content creators so much better. I just make guides for the games. You follow them if you want to or not. And that's it. Can you drive under my influence? Usually when they say under the influence, they're talking about, like, drugs. Content influencer? Jesus.
My second longest relationship right here. Rax-based god.
I would be less of an influencer if there were less people watching me. Yeah, but I think some people definitely watch me and care about my opinion. But I also think there's a good number of people that just turn it on as background noise. I think there's some people that watch me that couldn't care less, like, what my opinion is on things. It's like, give you a random example. You might watch sports, right? And then I'd ask you, okay, do you care what the political stance is of the athletes on the sports team that you follow? Most of you, or a lot of you, couldn't effing care less what their political stance is on some random ass opinion, right? You just watch sports because you like sports. I think there's a lot of people that watch me that, you know, just like ARPGs. They just want to watch some video games or listening to some music. Or honestly, just listen to somebody yap all day, just say something. And they couldn't care less what my opinion is on things. Which is honestly the way it should be, right? As long as Taylor Swift isn't involved. Well, I don't know if it's your first day on planet Earth, my friend, but if you just arrived here, let me tell you, Taylor Swift is involved in everything. Somehow she's involved in everything, one way or the other. There's no escaping it.
Whatever that belongs to, at least it's down there.
I've influenced you to get tacos more often than not. See, but that's just called being a good friend, though. Like, that is great. That's great. I'm just helping you there. This is pretty good damage for how bad my gear is and how I don't have a single, not one, plus minion level on my gear. I have 0. Not a single point. These bosses are dying. Not like super fast, but they're dying. What's the biggest challenge that I think is with POE2? When you played the first season, crafting wasn't really great, so you quit. Well, the crafting got way better. It got way better last league with Abyss, and they also have tiered currency, and they also have essences. You can craft way better now in this game. Is it as good as PoE 1? Not even close. But is it way better than the launch? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I think you should play. It's way better. Significantly better. Yeah, that's another thing. You really like the dinosaur update for last Epoch. Most people really didn't like that league. And I thought it was pretty good. Like, everyone was saying how bad it was, but I wasn't really sure why. They're like, it's so dumb. All you do is walk down and fight the extra beasts, and then you get currency and you can buy the new things, and that's it. It's like, yeah, but I mean, you can literally have a T-Rex as a pet, and he actually does stuff, and some of the stuff that you can earn if you do it correctly is actually quite good. Like, some of the stuff's quite good. Like, I don't know. We just go down and we fight really special monsters. It's kind of like Einhar, but not really as annoying as Einhar. I mean, I don't get it. Like, why is everybody so... Like, this isn't even close to the worst mechanic I've ever seen. Like, but most people didn't like it. I don't know. I thought it was fine. Like I said, it wasn't even close to the worst League I've ever played. Bro, like, when I played Necropolis, here's how my start of the season went. I was playing hardcore. I was trying to, like, I was pretty new to the game, but I played hardcore, right? To try to learn. And that was the league where they showed you every single monster that was going into the next zone, and you somehow had to modify them in every zone. I was like, bro, this is so annoying. I hate this. It just takes so much time. And then I got to Act 9, and by then I'm just so annoyed with every time I click a door that I have to construct the next zone, that I just stopped doing it. And then what happened was I went to the Act 9 zone, and then I put like 5 multi-proj on the archers. Like, I didn't even read it. Like, I was just done reading it. I just wanted to be done with the campaign. So I didn't even look. And wouldn't you know it, I put 5 multi-proj or something on the archers, and I walked forward and I instantly died. Like, boom, I got this insta-killed. And I was just like, and I remember a lot of other streamers, like, of course, I died on hardcore, so it got circulated around, like, the streamers. And even a lot of the streamers said, honestly, like, the fact that that even happens is so dumb in the campaign. It's, like, so bad for all players that you would have to catch the multi-proj and move it to an enemy that doesn't have projectiles. And then I did the crafting thing, and then the original way that they had the crafting set up was just so unbelievably bad that I actually just stopped playing. It was the shortest POE1 league for me ever. I just disliked it so strongly. I hated everything about it that I just stopped playing. Like, for me, that is a bad league. And then everyone said, well, they fixed it later and they fixed the crafting. I absolutely believe you, but my initial experience was so unbelievably low that I just quit. So, like, when people say, well, I don't like the dinosaur season because it's kind of boring killing, like, the special monsters and going for the special loot, I'm like, well, bro, it can be worse, trust me. Yeah, I was killed by the goats. Yeah, Karamon was probably watching and laughing his ass. Everybody was laughing at me. I just insta died. And my character was good too. I had a good character. Like, I was going slow because I suck and I didn't really know PoE and I'm just trying to stay alive. I'm playing hardcore. Bam! Insta dead. I'm like, bro. I died in like 0.1 seconds. I was like, okay. Well. Rip me. That's why you never play hardcore. Here's the thing about hardcore and PoE. Here's what happens. Here's the phenomenon that I think happens for a lot of players. Player doesn't know how to play PoE 1. Fine, that's most of us. Player follows a build guide from a content creator who makes a build guide in softcore. Okay? Player reads the build guide, tries to make it the same way, but they don't have as good of gear as the guide, and you know, they don't have the right stuff. But the guide essentially tells them, cap your resistances, take some life nodes, and then we're going to stack damage as high as we possibly can to just kill shit. And then what happens is you do that, cap your resistances, you're playing, and then you get a little bit further into the end game, and then you start dying, and you get very frustrated because you say that you're dying, quote unquote, randomly, and PoE 1 is such a stupid game because you've built life and you've built resistances, and you still get one-shotted all the time, and you see this other streamer playing, and they're just murdering everything with the build that you're supposed to have, but you don't have their build. You don't have the same gear, and then people are mad. So the missing information here, what like the disconnect here is capping your resistances and at 75, then taking some life nodes and putting some life nodes on your gear is not good enough to survive hardly anything in the end game. You are missing so many different layers of defense that all these quote unquote random things that you think keep killing you would never kill you if you just understood the layers of defense that you're missing. For example, you might not have spell suppression.
Get myself into it. I'm excited about our next guide for POE1. However, I'm so afraid of being just overwhelmed with everything in the game.
You're so afraid of being overwhelmed? I'm going to solve it for you. Thanks for the donation, man. I'll solve it for you next week. I'm going to make a build guide for you. I'm going to work on it a lot. I'm going to work on it for a long time. I'm going to make a video, and then I'm going to play it as well, and I'm going to give you no options. I'm going to give you the Atlas tree, endgame Atlas tree. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. I'm going to show you exactly how to craft a decent axe with pretty low RNG. You will be able to do it. And I want you to kill Maven. My goal is you go kill Maven. You don't buy the kill, you kill her yourself. And I will make a guide on how to kill Maven and the 5 bosses. It's not that hard. And then you're going to feel fine. But, like, people don't understand that you don't have spell suppression. They don't understand that you don't have maximum resistances. They don't understand that you're getting cursed. You don't understand that you're getting exposed. You don't understand that you don't have the physical damage reduction to survive this hit if it hits you. You don't possess the physical damage reduction to survive that hit. And you can fix these things, but you can't fix these things if you don't even know what the problems are. And you can't fix these things by following a glass cannon softcore guide, especially when you don't have the same gear that they have. You can't. You will get randomly one-shotted. If you have 75 capped all resistances, the second you get cursed and exposed and hit with a cold spell, you're dead. Gone. It's not random. I just made I'm not the world's best PoE 1 player at all, but I just made a Righteous Fire guy, got him to 98, no deaths, still alive. Then I made a Slammer, and I got him to 94, and he died to a bug, actually. I died to a bugged Ignite. I wouldn't have even died to the thing that I died to, Grinding Gear Games fixed it a day or two after I died to it. Zizaran died to it as well, the bugged Ignite. Okay, whatever. I died to a bug. Then I made another character, and I died at level 84 with I hardly had any gear on to Harbinger. And I said, why did I die to Harbinger? I had capped resistances. I had really high life. I had no mods on the map. Why did I die? Chat informed me, well, Harbingers are just deadly. You don't do Harbingers until you have some level of actual gear. You can't just, one does not simply walk in and do Harbingers. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, okay, I did a mechanic that's really deadly if you don't have good gear. Okay, well, I didn't know that. All right, whatever. I'm not doing Harbingers again. Remade the guy. Died at level 99 to Uber Cirrus. So didn't die in T17s. And the reason why I didn't die has nothing to do with me being good at the game. Has nothing to do with it. It's because I overcapped my resistances. I tried to take full advantage of my Ascendancy defense node, the Overleech. I did spell suppression, and then I did maximum resistances. And then I made sure in any moment where I wasn't, and then I solved my endurance charges, and then I made sure that any moment that I wasn't leeching, that I spawned worms so I could be leeching. And when you solve all of those things, there's almost nothing in the game that can kill you unless you fuck up. And I fucked up on Uber Cirrus, and I died. Like, it's actually not rocket science. You can survive if you just put the layers of defense in that are required to live. You will learn, if you play hardcore SSF, you will learn that it's not too often that you die to a complete surprise. It's you let your endurance charges fall off. You weren't leeching. You know. It's usually you did something wrong. The last BS death that I had was the death to the Ignite. It was actually bugged. Grinding Gear Games posted. It's doing 4 to 5x the damage it should be doing. We fixed it. It killed me, and it killed Zizaran. You know, I still wouldn't have died to that bugged Ignite, but I didn't know in the Maven Gauntlet, I didn't know that the Maven Gauntlet counted as a quote-unquote pinnacle encounter where pausing was disabled. I paused the game at 2000 HP, which was 1 millisecond before I was dead, but the pause doesn't, you can't pause there, so the game kept going and I died. If I would have pressed log out instead of pause, I would have lived. But you live and you learn. Boy, I learned that. There's no pausing in the Maven arena, even if you aren't fighting Maven. And here's another thing. While we're yapping about surviving in Path of Exile, another misconception is that you need every layer of defense to survive. No. First of all, you can't stack every layer of defense. You can't effectively stack armor and evasion and energy shield and block and max resistances and spell suppression. And start stacking life. You can't do all of it. You only have, whatever, 100 passive points or whatever the number is. You only have so many points and so many gear slots. But what you do have to do is you have to build a couple of them pretty well. You can't just say, oh, I have 5,000 life and 75 all res. Nothing's going to kill me. Bro, the moment you turn the volume up or turn the difficulty up at all in the game, you're going to get shit on if that's all that you have. It's not even close to enough. It's not even close. You need more than that. Yeah, we also learned to not dip out of the ship rescue. I didn't even start the fight. All I did was enter the area, and I realized I was missing something, so I just stepped out to grab it before I didn't even start the fight, and the whole thing closed. I'm like, bro, grinding your games. I didn't even, like, I understand if you want to lock me out after I started the encounter. I didn't even start the fight. Come on, bro. I lost my 4 million shipment. Am I going to start hardcore or softcore for 0.4? Definitely softcore. I would rather play hardcore. I think hardcore is way more fun. But I don't care about fun. What I'm trying to do is I want to make you guys a godly guide. When I can willy-nilly just do whatever I want, I can die all I want to try things, my ability to make a guide is like 5-fold. And I need to make the guide immediately. Like, I got 24 hours to be in the end game on a druid that is cooking everything with bad gear. I got 24 hours to solve that somehow. So that's my goal. I am absolutely certain at a certain point I will just re-roll hardcore SSF.
Got what they deserved by the looks of it. Death, take you.
Last time I made a guide, Grinding Gear Games nerfed it in 11 hours. You know, they apologized for that again. I think it was in the last campfire or whatever, or the one before that. They even made a comment. They even made a comment about it, about how they made a mistake nerfing Cast on Freeze way too quickly. I was watching and I was like, yeah, like, you made nearly 500,000 people never trust me ever again. I told 500,000 people, make this build, respec from whatever you're doing. And literally the second they hit the respec button, you took it away and you didn't give us a respec token. And the respec cost in gold at that time was so expensive, nobody could switch back. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, you screwed us over so badly on your brand new game. I can't believe you just did that. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Sad sack, by the way. ADHD. Thanks for the subs, guys.
So much suffering.
Yeah, that's what I did. I started another character. I went Deadeye. That's what made me make my Deadeye. I was like, okay. Well, thanks, Grinding Gear Games. Damn, you screwed me over on that one so bad. And everyone in my chat, I had so many viewers that day because they were coming from YouTube. Rax, what do we do? I was just sitting there. I was like, I don't know. Like, I already tried 5 different things and nothing was really working too good on Sorcerer. The only thing that worked was Cast on Freeze. It wasn't even like that OP. It was really, really good, but it was way better than the other options, but it wasn't that good. I'm like, bro, come on, dude. DM just raided us with 440 people. The storm is taking out your power. Guys, everybody raise your hands in the air. Give DM your power. Channel your energy to Alaska. Everybody, put your hands up. I don't care if you're at work. Put your hands up, everybody. Guys, put your hands up. Give him your power. All right, man. I'm sorry that you're having these weather issues. However, it is good news to get this solved now before this season starts, right? Than later on. This is a good time to have issues and fix them, I guess. That's the silver lining there. What is this, a cult? Lazy Eyes, I hope while you're complaining you had your hands in the air. If you didn't have your hands in the air, I'm going to need to see you in my office.
Even after the sky turned
No, what's up, all of DM's friends?
hard inside these walls and rode out the chaos. We believed the Empire would come.
We are...
Prisoners.
Well, I think this is where I should say, like, we're doing something really interesting and there's a point to it and there's a purpose and a goal here. I guess I'm just going to be honest with you. We're just wasting time until the actual season starts. Holy shit! What was that? So what I am doing here, though, is I already have a leveling build that I'm extremely confident in will murders the game. And we're playing it right now kind of on purpose with extremely bad gear, and we're still cooking here. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a solution other than the ant specters to do something else. So I'm going to park this character kind of toward the end of the campaign with very bad gear, and I'm going to wait for the specter information to be released and certainly consult Gazi here. And I'm going to update the guide that I made for you guys last time that a lot of you guys loved. And make sure that if Druid just sucks ass, that we could always fall back and play this build. This build still rules. I mean, I only have 2 deaths so far, and both of them were just unbelievably stupid, just me not even paying attention. And again, we're playing with extremely bad gear on purpose to make sure that it works no matter what you have. Right now I'm playing a minion build. I have plus 0 minion skills on my gear. 0 on my scepter. 0 on my hat. 0 on my amulet. None. That's how bad this character is. Playing a minion build with plus 0 in Act 4. So, this guy is actually a trash can. What do I think will be the best class and build for casual console players next league? Well, you can take this with a grain of salt, but Grinding Gear Games seems to think that the Druid is extremely strong. They said so. They were almost laughing about it, that the alpha feedback that they got is Druid is very powerful. So, am I willing to drop 76 energy shield for 93 life? I don't know, maybe. Let's not think about it too much. Oh, I can't even wear it. Never mind, we're not doing that. Hey, should I upgrade my boots that I got at level 5? These really aren't that good. They have 0 resistances on them. Whatever. Again, we're not thinking too much here. Here's 63 life. But the movement speed is lower. Nah. Nah, all this shit sucks. Let's check this ring. Pretty bad. I literally found this at like the second zone of the game. Still not very good, but I guess we go with it. Oh, this is also terrible. God, my gear is bad. Whatever. Let's just go. I'm guessing that some of the builds for the Druid are going to absolutely rule. So, okay, so if we want to talk about the Druid for a second, about the Druid, there's a couple of things to keep in mind with making a Druid build, right? Okay, so first of all, we're almost certainly going to be using 2 weapons. So you put a staff in one hand, and then you put the, what's it called? The talisman in the other hand. You can bind them. You can bind them to certain skills, so you can just seamlessly switch between them. Okay, so first of all, we're probably going to be dual weapon using thing, which means that we need to use our weapon specialization points. Which means, if you don't know what that means, it means that here you have your skill points. And then you have your weapon set points, which can be different for the 2 weapon sets. So, for example, on your main skill points, you'll probably put, like, defense. And if there's something that benefits everything for a druid, like, let's say, shape-shifting damage, or if there's hybrid spell and attack damage, all those nodes can go into the regular points, and we'll respec the other 2 points to be more specialized. So then the next question becomes, okay, it looks like we'll have to actually see the screenshots and the tags, but it looks like the spells are going to be obviously spells, like the human spells. And it looks like most of the shape-shifting abilities are going to be attacks. Okay, so if one of them is a spell and the other is an attack, we might at a certain point be forced to rely more heavily on one or the other. We may have to lean more into spell damage, or we need to lean more into our shape-shifting attacks. And then that's not so easy to answer which one is going to be better. Like, what are we trying to scale here? Are we trying to scale, like, the volcanoes that shoot the little orbs, and then we have our bear punch the volcano, which makes the volcano go crazy? But that would mean we need attack speed to hit the volcano fast, but we need spell damage to make the volcano do more damage. So all this will be much more clear if we can see the skills and the tags and the tree and the ascendancies. Then we can actually make, like, a plan. But it's not going to be... I think the Druid is going to be one of the more difficult classes to theory craft. I don't think it's going to be that straightforward on what we're going to be doing. See if we can kill this guy with plus 0 minions. Plus 0 skills to minions. I'm doing pretty good damage. This isn't even that bad. Might have done that too early. This isn't even that bad of damage. Okay, that was I don't know. I thought that was pretty good. Was it not? That was pretty good. Okay, this build still cooks. Guys, can you just put a little less fire on the ground, you know, so I can, like, see anything? Is that a thing that could happen? It's much more reasonable to spec into a type of damage. Fire for bear, and then use fire spells, and cold for werewolf. So that's a good idea. Okay, so that's a good idea. So the only issue with that, which might not be an issue, and that might be the play, is if you only spec into something like fire, then we are going to lose the ability to apply something like shock. So sometimes it's good to mix and match so you can get like the shock ailment while doing fire damage. So maybe we can solve that some way. Smith of Katava with a talisman seems insane. Smith of Katava is so dynamic. You can do so many different things with it. I think it's going to be a really good option. Is it okay to ask me how's my liver doing? My liver is no longer... My liver is like... It's not good by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not failing anymore. I have... At least the blood... I had got new blood work done on it a week or two ago. And the results were... Well, they weren't bad. My liver's not failing anymore. And my liver's not getting worse. It's getting better very, very, very slowly.
Rated my stream with 446 viewers.
Gazzy with the Giga raid. Dude, Gazzy and DM raided me. What a time to be alive, boys. You just played Dwarven Realms. How did that go? I like Dwarven Realms. The game's fun. Game's fun as always. Yeah, I heard they had a really big update. You could do it by stacking fizz damage. Good idea. These are the ideas that we need to come up with the right answer. Yeah, these are the ideas that we need. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Are you ready for the launch? I'm sure we all are, right? We're all just stalling, let's be honest. We're just stalling. You got a big subathon coming up, right? Are there any, like, cool rewards for your subathon that we all should be donating for so we can, like... Are we going to get to see you in a hot tub or something? What's, like, the coolest one? Sub goal, play Diablo 4. A free cosplay. Are you playing any Diablo 4 the night before, or are you just getting sleep for the subathon? Lorenzo, thank you so much for the sub, man. You get to sleep, yeah. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play D4. I think we're gonna get a paladin, man. It's like very high chance. If it's not, I'm rioting. There's no shock. There's shadow dropping paladin. Oh yeah, Gazzy? Oh yeah? Well, let's consider what we know. Public info, okay? So D4 moved their season to after the Game Awards. Okay. And literally right behind POE2. This is a death sentence. Okay. They would not do this randomly. So why would they do that? And they literally told us to tune in. Okay, so now we go further. They already announced, someone announced publicly that expansion info is at the Game Awards, right? Okay, so what's the idea here? They announced the expansion, they announced pre-orders, and then the season goes live. Like that's not exciting. Like, there's got to be something. They were missing something. Okay. Now, the name of the season, I can't remember what the name of the season is. It's something like Holy Crusade or some shit. Okay. That probably doesn't mean anything, right? It's just a name. I can't remember what the name is, but it's something like that, right? Okay. But now, here's the big problem. Now, there's cosmetics. And one of the cosmetics that you get, that kind of looks like a penis, but it's a flail. One of the cosmetics is a flail? What? A flail? Nothing in the game uses a flail. This isn't a weapon type. What? We're getting a flail cosmetic? And then another thing, there's another thing, by the way, not done yet. Last time, they shadow dropped pets. They literally shadow dropped something last time. So, I mean, why would they move it to like the worst day possible just for an expansion announcement that's not coming for a long time? That doesn't make sense. Why is it this name? Why is there a flail cosmetic? And last time they shadow dropped pets. There's no shot. Okay, so Gazzy is still... Okay. All right, Gazzy. Gazzy's not buying it. All right, well. Gazzy's not... doesn't give a shit about my conspiracy theories. Okay. I get it. It's fine. Gazzy doesn't give a shit about my conspiracy theories. It would be a gut punch doing it this way. Okay, I never thought of it that way. So if they did do that... Okay, so it raises a couple of questions. Okay, so Gazzy. Okay, let me ask you this. What are they going to do then? What the hell's the point? Why are they telling us to watch the Game Awards? Why did they move it? Why? What's the point? You want to call me? Okay. Yes. Let's hear this. I want to hear what what's the idea here? Hello? Yo, can you hear me?
Mic check. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Give me your theory. Wait, what's the whole idea here?
Okay. So, what I think they'll be doing is announcing the expansion and whatever they're dropping. I don't think it's anything special. So, without trying to break any NDAs, I think that the reason that they are releasing the game later is because they weren't ready with it and they had to postpone it. And then because of that, they were like, okay, let's just drop it together with the expansion announcement. I think that is the actual reason. Last time they had the expansion with a new class, they spent so much money marketing and everything and pushing it out. You think they would just not be Blizzard and stop all types of marketing and be like, oh, this time we're just gonna spend tons of money only to shadow drop the class?
Okay,
There's no shot they're doing it.
Okay, but there is a market. Okay, so maybe I didn't explain this, but I think the whole thing is a marketing play. And here's how. Game Awards announces the expansion. Then they say, for everyone that has pre-ordered the expansion, you can play the Paladin today. That's the marketing play with the Shadow Drop.
Yeah, that's more like Blizzard. But here's the other part of that, though. That
Okay.
would be like getting my dick kicked in really hard.
Because you're going to be sleeping?
No, it would fuck over the actual ARPG fan base that they have. And the vast majority of the actual hardcore ARPG fan base that they have is overlapping with Path of Exile. That entire player base is overlapping with PoE.
Yeah,
and
but
they would fuck those people over.
I don't think that they think about that. Like, I think the gaming companies think about it like a little bit, like you know how you add a little pinch of salt to a recipe. I think it's somewhat on their mind, like, let's try to not launch right on top of POE2. But I think for the majority, they just do whatever is good for them, and these gaming companies don't seem to care, the big ones anyway, where they're landing. It's only the smaller studios who will get crushed that seem to actually strategically place these dates. I don't think they're caring about the do you honestly think they care about the overlapping experience of the players playing multiple ARPGs with their marketing drops? I don't think they care at all, man.
To the public, no, but you know just as much as I do with the things being said in the sanctuary, like the partner discussions, right?
I'm gonna be there. I
can't say much on stream here now, but
so
you know what I'm hinting
Are you
at.
are you saying there's conversations in the I'm not kidding you, Gazzy. I haven't opened the partner Discord in like a month. I haven't read anything.
Oh, you missed the shit show and all the fights that were going on.
Oh my god, fuck yeah. I can read a bunch of fights later? Oh.
Dude, you've been missing out, man.
Dude, I wanted to fight.
I can't say more, man. Like, I'm gonna be fucking leaking and shit. I can't do that.
I'm not
TLDR
not trying to get you in.
Have been public. No, it's fine. But like the TLDR is like things that they have been public about, and it's that they actually do a lot of decisions that has been in favor of a lot of content creators on the market, because POE2 has just been so much better for content creators to go to, which is why we see a lot of tourists coming in making content creator from Diablo 4 to POE2 instead, because it's just a better industry, part of the industry for the content creators. So doing something like this would just be everything they've said, everything they've done over the past year that they've tried to build up and like reassure the content creators in there, like, oh no, we're doing this, we're doing that. It would literally be completely voiding everything they've done and be like, no, fuck you guys, we're doing this anyways.
Okay, so let me see if I'm just even understanding the basic premise of what you're saying they're saying. So you're saying that because content creation for Diablo 4 has not been favorable lately, that they are not going to make further decisions that make it unfavorable for us going forward, and dropping this class on top of POE2 would be going back on that promise. Do I have what you're saying correct?
If you, in hard lines, I guess, sure. What I'm trying to say is, like, the discussion has been going on I'm being very careful with how I talk about this.
Listen, man, if you want, we could talk privately later. Like, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I actually have no idea, genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't been reading anything on anything. You haven't seen one message from me in that, because I haven't read anything.
No, because I think that this as a company, they don't give a fuck. But the parts that the people that you and I talk to, and you talk to them more than, well, at least you used to talk to them more than I do, has been this ongoing promise of like, no, the game's gonna get better. They've been reassuring us about the whole idea, no more powers and whatnot, and taking our feedback and trying. We streamers have had a lot of say. Not, that they always listen, but we've had a lot of say, right? To provide direct feedback with the access to both the developers and the leaders behind the game, right?
Yeah.
And then if they were to do this, it would literally go back on like half of the reassuring, half of the promises they've ever made to us over the past year would just be, it would literally be them saying, fuck you all, we're gonna make money doing this, and because it's better marketing. Or they're gonna do it, but they're gonna say, no, it was a marketing decision, we couldn't stop it, it was out of our hands. But in reality, it's basically them telling us to go fuck ourselves.
So I need to catch up on this hostility. I guess I'm just in my own little world. Okay, so what I'm gathering here is if they do anything like this the day before POE2, you are not going to be inviting Blizzard to your birthday party. Is that accurate? You are not going to be pleased?
I mean, I would rather invite Conger to my birthday party than Blizzard, but that's been the case for many years.
Oh, Jesus. God, I didn't know you were getting that serious. No, I like King Kongor.
He's good, he's good.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's just the whole... To me, it's like a lot of the reassurance, all of the promises made, and all of the statements, oh, we're making the game better, yada, yada, all those things. And then when it comes to the content creation discussions that's been going on for the past year, doing something like that would just void everything they've told us over the past year. Like, it's a long process.
Okay.
But I mean, it might happen anyways.
Okay, so the only thing that makes no sense to me, like the smoking gun here, the reason why I'm not letting this go is, why is there a flail cosmetic?
Yeah. That's the one thing that threw me off.
Why is there Google it. Diablo 4 flail, Google it. Look. Why is that there? No, the flails aren't in the game, Gazzy. I haven't played Diablo 4 in a while, but I know that there are no flails in the game. Some people on the internet are saying it's a horse trophy. Bro, do you have fucking eyes? It's a flail.
It's right next, like it's showcased right next to two other transmog weapons. So there's no way that's a horse thingy. Unless they're throwing this off and be like, oh, let's just add a flail here as a hype up for the expansion. But that would just be fucking stupid. Or they're doing this to create a buzz. But there's no way they showcase 3 or 2 weapons and then a horse decoration as a third one in the same picture. Now, I'm with you on that.
Okay, so we're getting a cosmetic, and it's a flail. So what else are we gonna get, Gazzy? Why flails are added to the game, and you can use them on warriors to practice for the paladin that's launching in 6 months? I mean, tell me a narrative that makes any sense.
I don't have one. Okay, I don't have one. But that said, let's assume they do what you said. Okay, pre-order and you can play the paladin before the expansion, just to make more sales, just for pre-orders, which would be right up Blizzard's. That's their playbook right there. So that makes sense. I'm on board with that. So, would that not be a big fuck you across the board?
So here's the way that I'm going to be honest with you, right? Here's the way that I think about it. I don't think these companies, like, in their consideration of their plans, I do not think that at the top of their mind they care much about A, what other gaming companies are doing, or B, how well their content creators are eating. Like, I do think, like, being a content creator, if one day I became the owner or an important role in a gaming company, I do think it is very important to have a very good relationship with your content creators. I do think that having a good relationship with them has extreme mutual benefits, but I'm not sure a lot of companies think about this as a very big slice of the pie, man. I think that especially the community managers do consider how things do shape out for us, but the vast majority of the people who actually have the power and make the decisions, they couldn't care less how we like the release of the Paladin. They care about what all the people buying their game and their battle pass and the expansion care 1,000 times more. I don't think our feelings or our situation is very heavily considered at all.
I both agree and disagree with you. I think that you're absolutely on point when it comes to bigger companies like this. I also think that they are including in their metrics when they're just making this decision the absolute marketing pressure that we provide, which is like a fucking nothing compared to the marketing that they're actually doing. But when it comes to Blizzard's case and other games, the streaming part, the YouTube creations of videos is a larger part of their marketing that they're not paying for. Whereas Blizzard's like, they don't care because the marketing they're paying for is so much wider and it reaches a so much bigger audience. You know, KFC this, KFC that, and whatever the trolley of candy was. You know, that's the kind of marketing scale they're looking at, which stretches far, far beyond what we streamers can contribute with, which is different position that Blizzard has compared to most other gaming companies in the ARPG scene, at least, right? But I definitely think that they've included in their metrics when they've made it, if they're doing this, which seems likely, that the marketing approach from the streaming part and YouTube video creation will be severely hindered and harmed because of the scheduling that they're doing, and made the decision that that doesn't really matter because it's such a small part of their marketing strategies.
Okay,
and I think that's a Blizzard specific problem or situation rather.
Let me put you in a situation, okay? You tell me what you would do, okay? So let me set this up here for 30 seconds. You are a high up for Blizzard, and you got to pull the trigger on something. And let's make this like a quote unquote fair situation, right? Your job, what you are getting paid for, is to maximize the value of Blizzard. But you're also not just evil Scrooge McDuck trying to make $1 billion to screw at the expense of screwing everybody over. So you have a very like even-keeled job to maximize value for your company, okay? That's who you are. Now the marketing director comes up to you and he says, "Listen, we have a situation here. At the Game Awards, we can do a big announcement for the expansion. We want people to pre-order it. We have an idea. We can shadow drop the Paladin. We got plenty of content for the expansion. We're going to shadow drop the Paladin. We know the community is dying for this. The date is not ideal. It's right by POE2, but we think the announcement for the Paladin, we've done like the metrics, we've done the surveys. We think it's strong enough where this will significantly move the needle, get a lot of pre-orders, get a lot of people back on board with Diablo 4. All we need is your approval for this statement." So my question is, A, what decision would you make? And B, when you're making this decision, how much of the slice of the pie in that decision is, well, the content creators didn't have time to prepare for this, and POE2 launches the very next morning, so that's kind of unfair to them. What would you do?
So this person you're describing, the answer is simple. It's basically what you're looking for. It would just go for it. The other part of it is that Blizzard is in the way the company's marketing their games the content creation aspect of it is such a small piece of the marketing value that they're doing. Many other ARPG games in the industry, the marketing value that content creation is there for is much bigger. My problem being that person, not being malicious in the intent of, hey, I'm only going to look at the dollar sign, would be that I'm looking at the player base that have been screaming for the Paladin since the dawn of time, and that is the hardcore ARPG player base. The majority of the hardcore ARPG player base is overlapping with other ARPGs such as PoE. And those people are the ones screaming for the class. Those people are the ones getting fucked over.
So here,
obviously, the answer would be that that person would try to find a solution to making this work both ways. And even if they did that, the answer would still land on, hey, we're shadow dropping it after the game rewards. The result is the same.
So I agree with everything, the logic of everything that you just said, but I do think there is one thing that maybe, if I understood you correctly, is not really just tied to the hardcore ARPG community. I think people wanting the Paladin in the game actually just applies to the entire community, which I think further makes this decision easier for them. It really just isn't the people who are super hardcore ARPG players. People want a holy archetype, and there aren't only the newest of new players in Diablo 4 are unaware that it used to have a very famous archetype and classes for this in the past. So if they look at it that way and they think like almost the entire community wants it, I don't think making this decision is like something specifically for them.
Yeah, I mean, the other aspect that we also have to consider is that Diablo 4 has a tremendous amount of people playing, way beyond what people think that they ever have. That most of the people playing the game do not watch streams. They don't watch YouTube. They have the extreme casual player base, and they have more people playing on the third month of a D4 season than PoE has on the fucking first weekend of a launch. Like, it's ridiculous how many more people they have playing. I mean, that is another aspect to think of, but I think it's Blizzard specific, because no other ARPG would do it this way.
I think Diablo 4 has even more players than POE2. I think they're still in first, yeah. And we don't have the actual data. It might still be by quite a bit, but if you gave me $1 million and I had to bet who gets the most players, I would bet Diablo 4.
You want some data?
I mean, I love data.
I'll give you my perspective on it. Would you say that last Diablo 4 season was a banger?
No.
No? Okay, so that's it. But would you say that last season was a banger?
It cut out. What was the question?
Do you think that the last POE2 season was a banger?
Yeah, it was their best one. Abyss, yeah, it was fucking great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not allowed to share exact numbers, but let me put it this way. My guides in Diablo 4 generated several, and I mean multiple, millions more traffic than you guys did.
Oh yeah, it's always that way. Yeah,
like, we're not talking, oh, it was 10 times more. It was beyond that. We're talking millions in terms of numerical value. Like, I can't share the exact numbers, but it was ridiculously more people.
Yeah, it was the same. I mean, I was on Maxwell for a long time. The D4 numbers dwarfed everything. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you've seen those things, right? I'm not sure when the last time you saw those, but like looking at a poorly received season from D4 versus what we all consider to be the best POE2 season. And there were millions. And that's just with my guys. And I only deal with 2 classes in D4, and mostly I have a bigger name for myself, I guess, in PoE. But I have significantly more guides in PoE than Diablo 4. And still, it was dwarfing in terms of traffic.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
People don't see it.
Yeah, I've seen this. I am very well aware of the phenomenon you're describing. I've seen it for a long time. It's actually not even just with D4. Yeah.
And then, you watch Twitch chat, you watch YouTube comments and whatnot, and people are like, oh, D4 is dead. I'm like, bruh, you have no idea. That is not the case, son. So no, it's kind of crazy, but it's also, you know, a drastic number of casual players. But we are starting to see that in POE2 as well. Like POE2 has a lot of push on Steam, for example, compared to the standalone from POE1, which was like the main thing back then, right? And if you look at viewership on like Twitch and YouTube attention towards the end of a league, it kind of dies down to being like, what the fuck's happening? But then you look at Steam concurrent players, and it's like still 150, 200,000 people playing, which is the numbers we see during POE1 league launches in the past, where, you know, traffic on YouTube and Twitch has been, you know, thousands and thousands. And you see that in POE2 as well. There's a lot of casual players, and they don't watch YouTube, they don't watch streams.
I mean, yeah, the casuals have always made up by far the biggest slice of the pie. So, okay, let's change the narrative here. Let's say that Diablo 4, my theory is just completely wrong. They're not shadow dropping Paladin. That's not what's happening. The flail thing is a cosmetic for, it's either not happening or it's for something else. It's whatever. There is still an unsolved piece here that needs some kind of an answer. And the answer is, or the question is, why did they move it to the end of the game awards? It's certainly not to say the expansion comes out in 6 months, pre-order it. By the way, our new season started. That's literally nothing. So what do you think it will be? What is the idea here? What's the captivating thing in the short term that's making us log in right now?
You're asking if they don't shadow drop it. That's what you're saying.
So they're not doing the Paladin. I'm wrong. My question is, what are they doing? Give me an idea. Give me a theory that would make some sense.
I can't answer for the flail, but let's pretend it is a horse cosmetic. Like you said, right? Let's assuming that is the case.
Let's forget the flail. Yep, I'm with that.
I think they are going to, if that's the case, then they're literally doing exactly what you said. Just announcing the expansion, showcasing some video. People are gonna get hyped for it, especially when they announce the Paladin, and then they're gonna say, but we also have a new season. It's playable right now. Go check it out. That could also happen, but the flail is what's making this unrealistic, right?
Yeah, I mean that is such a fucking lame announcement, man. I think that has such a lower chance than shadow dropping the Paladin. That's actually nothing. That's literally nothing.
Yes, and it can definitely happen, but the problem is the flail was promoted on the same picture as 2 other weapon transmogs. Then they're not doing 2 weapon transmogs and a horse MTX.
Okay, I'll go with your conspiracy theory. Let's just say it is a flail, and they're announcing that the expansion is coming out and the Paladin, and then the flail, you'll already be gathering cosmetics for the Paladin when it's released with your pre-order. Maybe it's oh, I got it here. But what if it's just a cosmetic for when you pre-order the expansion, you get the extra flail cosmetic when the Paladin is available? What about that?
That would be more realistic in that scenario with them not shadow dropping it. Yes.
Okay, but the thing that makes me have, I can't say no faith, but low faith in this entire scenario that we're talking about is it's not exciting at all. Like, I don't understand how this would generate hype. Why would you move the season date closer to POE2 just for that? Like that, there's.
You haven't read the Discord.
What?
You haven't checked the Discord. I cannot share more info in public.
Okay, I'll read the I'll read the Discord here. I must be missing something that you already know, because I don't know jack shit apparently.
I'm typing a TLDR. Hold on.
Okay. Let me see here. Hmm. Maybe you're gonna think I'm crazy. I read everything that you typed so far. I see you're still typing. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to read it, but I'm not sure that disproves anything. I'm not believing it, really. I'm still not believing it.
So you're saying that they, in this case, this individual is straight up lying to us?
No. I don't see how the facts that you provided. I guess I'm just gonna have to read it. Let me read exactly what they said, and then I'll message you later. I don't see how that disproves anything, but I'll have to read it myself.
No, I'm not saying it's disproving. I'm just saying like that context is there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong, because I think, sadly, you might actually be right. But it's mostly what tipping point is the fucking flail, because he was promoted next to 2 other weapon MTXs, right?
It's not a horse butt plug like everyone is saying it is. It's not.
Fucking horse butt plug. Oh god. Holy fuck, man.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. But I mean, the other parts of it, like, I don't think that Blizzard generally give a flying fuck about content creations. And I do feel bad for the team that's dealing with content creations in there, or creators in there, because it's like they keep having to deliver like bad news to the content creators on a consistent basis. And they spent the better half of a year on like reassuring, no more powers, oh, it's gonna be better, it's gonna be, oh, look at this, and you know, fucking private meetings and all those things. I was like, okay, well, this is seemingly promising, and then this, I don't know. It's not their decision, obviously.
Well, is there a scenario where Blizzard would come to the conclusion that doing this would actually just help Diablo 4 content creators? Are they saying, listen, if we shadow, it doesn't even have to be a paladin. If we shadow drop something, maybe they shadow drop, I don't know, the cow level, anything. If they shadow drop something, like, again, I haven't read the conversations that you're alluding to, but I think a lot of the people who are trying to make content for Diablo 4 want to do just that, and they don't have anything to make content on. So overall, if they have something to make videos on, isn't that better than not having anything, even if the dates don't line up at all? I mean...
Oh, no, I definitely agree with that. But, I mean, ultimately, I just don't think they give a fuck about content creators, which is sad for the team that handles us content creators. Because I do believe that they're trying, and I think they're just getting fucked from the higher-ups. And then they have to give us bad news all the time. I think that's more likely the case.
Does it personally bother you if things like don't work out in our favor as content creators? Does it bother you?
No, not one bit. What I do care about is the franchise with what they've done to it, which is disgraceful.
Yeah, like the thing for me is, like, I don't know, I'm not trying to say this in actually like a negative way. It's not trying to be negative. It's just I don't rely on that. I don't ever think of it like they're going to provide me some great opportunity to succeed at what I do. I'm kind of just feel like I'm on my own with whatever happens. And they probably feel the same way, right? They're making their game. They need to be successful. They would like us to be successful, but at the end of the day, if we're not, who cares? Like, it's fine. But I don't really put too much emotion into it anymore. Like, I used to have tons of emotion into the Diablo franchise. I played it since I was a little kid. I met a lot of my best friends still from playing Diablo. I literally made my career off of playing Diablo. There's definitely a lot of emotions that were attached to that franchise. But over the years, man, like, they're definitely diminished severely.
Yeah, but I mean, again, Blizzard's marketing is the content creation aspect, or part, their slice of the marketing cake is so small for Blizzard compared to how it is for many other games. Well, most other ARPGs, if not all other games. It's like the marketing value that free content creation and pressure and attention on social media and all of that comes through content creations is vastly larger piece of the marketing cake on any other ARPG game except for Diablo. But I mean, like I said before, I don't think that they honestly give a fuck about it, which is why I think it's kind of sad for the team that is handling content creators, the community member team and whatnot, because they keep having to give bad news all the time. But ultimately, no, as a company, they don't give a shit. They really don't. But it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, my main take on the conversation, then Shadow Drop Paladin, has more to do with what I wrote on Discord there. You should check the card. Like, it's quite a lot there. But like, I mean, a lot of conversations there.
I'll read it. I'll read everything
for that.
I'll read everything. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay, so let's make it a little bit more lighthearted here, and I'm guessing you have to go pretty soon. I didn't mean to keep you, but so no matter what, your plan is just to kind of chill and relax before the subathon. Like, if they do something epic, if they drop the paladin, if they drop the cow level, if they, I don't know, if they do something crazy, they shadow drop the expansion for free, and it's just live, bam, go kill who are we fighting? We fought Mephisto's dog. Go kill Diablo's cat. Are you gonna log in, or you're just chilling and going to POE2?
So the release date is what, give or take 12 hours before POE2 launches.
I can tell you the exact. Let me do some math here. Let me do some math. 12, 10, 10:30, 11:30. So it's 2.5. It's 12.5 hours. Let me double check. Let me look in the sky here. 12.5 hours. I think it's exactly how much earlier it is than the launch.
It takes me about an hour night before launch to force myself to finally sleep, because I need to sleep at least 8 or 9 hours. That means I'm in bed between 10 and 10.5 hours before POE2, before I go live, which is several hours or a couple of hours before the launch of the season. So 12 hours before the launch, I'm already in bed or trying to fall asleep.
Okay, so you would... So if the season starts 30 minutes before that time, but you would know our fate reasonably half an hour before then. So if we have all of these numbers correct, it would mean that 1 hour before you're winding down and starting to lay down, you would know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to change anything for you, or you're just going to...
I mean, there's two things. One is no. My argument there is, fuck that, I have higher priorities. The other part is I have put quite a lot of investments for the subathon, and I under no circumstances will fuck those investments over. That would be financially a retarded decision.
Okay. Makes sense.
So on both aspects, my answer is no, I'll be sleeping.
That's fair. It makes sense. I understand.
So your approach is, if they're dropping something big, then you're playing it. How the hell are you going to be awake for POE2?
Gasly, I know we've only been friends for a year or so, but I crown myself the king of the losers. If there's ever an opportunity to play copious amount of health-threatening video games, and you got to have one person on your team, you probably want me, man. I'm real good at being a loser, man.
Yeah.
I've been practicing my whole life.
Gamer. We play enough Fortnite to know that. No fun allowed. We're only here to win. I know the drill.
Yeah. Everybody's laughing laughing and having fun. It's honestly revolting. We need to win.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, especially the girls, NDM. Too many laughters.
They're talking about their emoting. They're talking about the skins in the shop. Just a complete lack of focus, man.
And the worst part is, like, we're sitting there telling them to, shut the fuck up, we're playing. And then we get knocked out, and then Sarah has to pull off some fucking esport winning moves and save us all. I don't know how many times she, but I mean, we excuse the moments when she does that, I guess.
She certainly has a talent for wiping out entire teams. It's quite helpful, really.
Yeah.
It's quite helpful.
Our thermal, though. Quite upset about that.
I don't even play anymore. No thermal AR, I'm out.
Shit game. All right, I'm gonna leave you to it, man.
Thanks for the raid, buddy. We'll hope it's just something dog shit. The flail is just bait, and we live to fight another day. I'll see you on POE2 one way or another, and I expect a write up for. I gotta update my previous guide and tell them to do some other specters. So I'll be looking at the updated post from Grinding Gear Games and definitely getting your take on it.
Yeah, just hit me up, man. All right, I'll catch you later, dude. Have a
Later,
good one.
dude. Later. Guys, round of applause for Gazzy. That's Gazzy, guys. All right, guys. Who's more of a dumbass, me or Gazzy? Gazzy seems to think more along the lines of we're not shadow dropping Paladin. I'm kind of thinking more on the lines that we are. Apparently, Gazzy knows more than I do, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a tie. You couldn't care less. It's Diablo 4. I don't even know what I'm doing. Did I beat this? Did I beat this already? What am I even doing here? You don't care about Diablo 4? Blue Chip, thanks for the Prime, man. Get him, boys. Did I beat this whole island? I don't know. I'm not even paying attention.
Good day. We need one more piece. Look at that. Shall we see where it leads? Where to?
I didn't kill the twins. I didn't kill the Lord of the Volcano. So I definitely missed something.
There you go.
I don't get it. Where do I have to walk up this penis or what? Where? Oh, why isn't there? Oh my God, grinding. Come on, dude. All right, let's get the music going again.
This heat, hot enough to strip flesh.
Daisy has played. If you want to play WoW, you're going to play Classic. I might play. There's a pretty good guild that apparently needs an elemental shaman. God, I love shamans. We're in trouble here, boys. Never mind, we won. Oh, never mind, they're back. Do I miss anything from D4? Nothing's jumping out at me. I mean, I missed the cow level. Do I miss powers? Gazzy dug his heels too much into content creators are above you. Okay, I think there's a very logical phenomenon where if you work with someone, like, okay, let's say you go to Burger King 3 times a week, right? You go to Burger King, and after going there for a while, the management notices, and you become friends with the management, and they say, hey, we're getting some feedback from some customers. We'd love to sit down with you and talk with you about your experiences coming here. We think you're one of the best people to ask because you're always here. How do you feel about our food and stuff, and what can we do better? So you get excited. You're like, okay, well, I want to help this Burger King that I go to all the time. And I like the management, so sure, yeah, I'll help. And then you do everything that you can. You give them feedback. You tell them like what you're hearing from other people who come to the Burger King, what they think and what might be good overall. And when you have that kind of a situation, I think it's very logical to come to the conclusion that you're important to this Burger King, not just as a customer, but as an informant, as someone giving feedback. I think it's pretty logical that you feel important. And to some degree, that is true, of course. But I think the trap that some people fall into with like being content creators and trying to help some gaming companies is they overestimate how important they are to this gaming company and how important their feedback really is. For a lot of these gaming companies, we could disappear and absolutely nothing would change. That's not even me being like forlorn or morbid. It's just the reality of it. And at the end of the day, for them to make a solid decision on the future of their game, how strongly is our feedback considered? Well, I guess it honestly, probably the most realistic answer is it depends. It depends on what the feedback is on. It depends on how resounding or how universal the feedback is. It depends on whether they can even fix it or not. Yada, yada, yada. But in general, again, I think people make the mistake of thinking that our opinion is way more important than it really is. It's really not that important. Burger King is dropping a new Paladin burger. I'd try it. I don't like Burger King, but I'd try it. Why not? That sounds like life. Exactly. It is like life. If I died tonight, the impact to the gaming companies that I work with and try to help them with would be zero. Like, zero. Wouldn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Someone else will help them. There'll be new streamers that come through. New people will make guides. It won't matter at all. You know? This doesn't matter. T2 Wand? I'll take a T2 Wand. Not that one though. That one's dog shit. That one's bad too. Rip. It matters to you guys. It would probably be much more impactful to you guys. Like a lot of you guys, I hang out with you every day. We chat every day. It would probably be much more impactful to you guys, which means a lot, of course. But to the gaming companies, it wouldn't matter. And that doesn't make them evil, by the way. That doesn't make them dirty scoundrels or anything. It just actually wouldn't matter, you know? Doesn't matter. They're not evil for it being that way. You were born in 1977. You won't buy a game unless you see someone playing it on Twitch. They need to step on this generation. Listen more to content creators and their communities. Well, sometimes, I think I can even include myself in this. Sometimes content creators give unimaginably bad advice. Let me give you an example. There's a content creator. He doesn't make content anymore. He quit a long time ago. And no, I'm not going to tell you his name. I'm going to tell you a real story. I went to a Blizzard meeting for, I'll just tell you, it was for Diablo 3. They invited a bunch of content creators. And before we went to the meeting, they had to solve a problem with something. And they said, give us a bunch of ideas. We're open to ideas on how we fix this problem. First thing I did is me, Woody, and Rob got in the little Max Roll Discord. We're chatting. We made a little list. Here's a couple of solutions on how we could solve it. Let's consider them. What do we think is the best solution? After talking about it for a while, we came to an agreement. It's definitely this. This is what they should do. Fine. We submitted it as an idea. And every other content creator submitted it, their own ideas. And then we went to the meeting. And then the developer said, well, we read all the ideas from the content creators, and we've decided to go forward with this one. And then, so it was not our idea, it was somebody else's. Fine, whatever. And we read their idea. I'm just reading what we're going to do here. And then I can already see I'm getting messages from Rob and Woody in Discord. And I'm like, I really don't understand what I'm even reading, because the idea that this content creator submitted, it's a cool idea. It's like fun, and it's much more like imaginative than what we submitted, but it doesn't solve the problem. I was like, wait, this implemented as suggested, unless there's more to it, doesn't actually solve the problem at all. The problem is still there. You just made the problem look cool. And so I didn't want to cause any kind of a fight. So I sent a message afterward, and I was like, hey, I want to point out something in good faith. Like, I don't even care. You don't even have to do my idea. I don't care about that. But have you guys considered, like, how does this actually solve the problem? Like, here's the problem we're trying to solve. This doesn't solve it, right? Like, or am I missing something? And then they were essentially like, I see what you're saying, and yeah, I don't really think it solves the problem, but we're kind of going forward with this, like we've already put it into place, and so we'll just have to see how it goes. I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, well, it launched, and you'll never believe it. It didn't solve the problem at all. We're just like, and it's okay. Like everything happened. Everything that happened was fine. They gave us an opportunity to present ideas. We presented ideas. They chose the one that they wanted to do. They went with it. Like the whole process is fine. But my whole point in this is sometimes even a very well-meaning content creator can present an idea that doesn't fucking solve the problem at all. It's like, I'm in orange. Yeah, that's what happens when you play minion builds. You slowly turn into Donald Trump from the pixels burning orange into your face. It's like a little transformation. That's why Donald Trump looks the way that he does. He's been playing so much POE2 lately. I'm sure some of my ideas have been fucking terrible as well. It's not like, oh, my ideas are so smart. How could you be so stupid? No, I mean, I say stupid shit all the time, but you definitely shouldn't just listen to content creators is kind of what I'm saying. Sometimes you got to tell them, listen, Timmy, thank you for your suggestion. Thank you for your suggestion, but you're a worthless piece of shit. Don't ever speak ever again. Sometimes that's what needs to be said, you know? I have no idea what islands I've been to. I'm not even paying attention.
This is as close as we can get. Everyone here is so friendly. Hush, I'd like.
Your timing is quite remarkable. Witness the birth of a new tomorrow, a better tomorrow. Now, I must ask that you wait here a time. I shall fetch the first herald. He will know how.
As someone who has as an ex-dev with 20 years of experience, I can honestly say that a lot of content creators and the non-technical people inside the studios they have to deal with do not fully understand the implications of the ideas, even creative directors. That is a true statement. ISO, I've seen it a million times. However, I'm going to pull a little bit of an Uno reversal on you, kind of. Here's the thing. I've had this exact conversation with developers where I say, hey, here's a really good idea for your game. This would be a really good system for what you could do. Then the developer will come back and say exactly what you just said. Sir, even if that's a good idea, you don't understand the implications or the technical side of what you're asking. Our system cannot build something like that. We don't have the tools, or we'd have to custom make them. You don't understand that when we do this, we need voice lines and artwork, and we have to do it in different languages, and we need to make this and that. You don't know how these objects are built and this or that. I've heard it multiple times that your idea is cool. It's 1,000 times harder to implement than you would think it is, da-da-da-da-da. But I have a strong counter. And this is something that sometimes developers don't understand. There's a little bit of a bridge here, or a gap, where I say, you guys care about those things, like how it will be built, the difficulty of how it will be built, the time it takes, the money it takes. Of course, and at the end of the day, that is what's going to drive everything. But there is another side that the community does not care. when you go to McDonald's and you order a Big Mac, do you care what's happening between those four walls of the McDonald's? Do you care how they made the burger, whether Timmy Jim Bob put his dick all over the meat before he slapped the buns in between it? No. You want to walk up to the drive-thru, you order your Big Mac, you want to drive to the second window, pay, and be handed your Big Mac. Nobody fucking cares what happens in between. So, like, if we say, hey, Diablo 4 devs, we want more stash space, and then they say, well, we can't do that because that's harder than you think because they're loading the stash tabs for everybody. Nobody, like, the problem is the public eye will never consider that. They don't care. You either give us the more stash space or you fail. Like, those are the two things. So, like, again, respectfully, I like the devs. I'm on the devs side all the time, but sometimes I have to push back and say, guys, I get it. The current architecture and the time is not, it does not comply with our request. But what I'm telling you is the request is important. So please try to find a way to make this work, because people won't care. They won't care if you have a good reason why you couldn't give it to them. They'll only care if they get it or not. You know what I mean? I completely understand the problem on your end and the frustration, but also nobody cares, like, not nobody, but a lot of people aren't going to care about the process by which they get the product that they want. They only care if they get it or not. I can't tell you how many times we were sitting in Maxroll, for example, where we wanted to build something for a guide, but we didn't have it. We didn't have the plugin, or it was written in a way where we couldn't add this piece of the guide that we really needed, or this font or this color is incompatible, or this would not work. The beautiful thing that we made has to be completely scrapped because it doesn't look good on mobile. I can't tell you how many times I was on the other end of big demand for this, have no way to deliver this. But the approach that we always took was, well, first of all, we don't answer to anybody. We're the bosses, so we just make it happen or we don't. We're just like, all right, how do we do this? We can't do it? Okay, fine. We established that. How do we do it? We got to figure out some way. And some of the solutions took us a year to fix. We couldn't fix it for a year. The problem is because a lot of times the devs won't be granted the resources. So this is another, like, big problem. I worked at a corporation for 10 years. I felt like this was a massive problem when I was at the bottom of the hierarchy. When I was at the top, the problem almost completely went away. When I was a little processor and I was talking to my boss, who had never processed a day in her life, I was like, hey, we need these things to do our job well. They kind of, like, pat me on the back and they give me a juice box and a balloon like I'm at the doctor's office. They just think I'm some effing dumbass and I have no idea what I'm talking about, and I am in no position to demand resources when I'm in the slave quarry breaking rocks with my mining pick. I'm just like, do you realize how much more I understand about this job than you do as my boss? You've never done my job for 1 second ever in your life. I do this all day long, and I help other people do their job and train them on how to do their job. And I'm telling you, what you're providing me is not the adequate tools that we need to succeed, or what you're asking me to do at all. And then, you know, they just kind of pat you on the head, and here's a second juice box, and here you can have a Lunchable as well, and please just stop talking. The further you get up in the corporation, now you're actually dealing with the big shots. I'll be like, look, I can show you definitively we just don't have what we need. And I can show you the cost benefit analysis where if you actually provide this, pay the money up front, you'll actually make money back by not paying the overtime. And they'll just say, do it. Yeah, just implement it. Order it and just make it happen. Tell me how it went in a month. It's like so different, but a lot of times like these higher ups just won't give the devs the resources or the money or the tools or the employees that they need to make this really awesome product, which would increase the value of what they're developing by so much. Like I've had that told to me directly. Like the developers like, listen, we could actually build every single idea that you have for this idea, or the whole thing, but we don't have a dedicated artist for it, so we actually can't do it. There's no way they will give us an artist for this, so we can't like even design how this entire structure would look. We could build it code-wise, but it would look like a giant dick coming out of the ground. I'm like, well, that sounds like an upgrade anyway. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? Are we talking about POE or Diablo 4? Neither. I'm just speaking in general, not talking about any particular company in general. The world will never know. What are my thoughts on Warrior Bear Slam build? I'll be honest with you, man. I don't have like a thought on anything until I see the numbers. Like I need them to give me the skills and the tags, and I need to read them, and I need to punch them into my little Excel sheet, or I need to put it in a POB or something. You know what I mean? It's a cool idea. Let's definitely put it together and try it, but I need more info from Grinding Gear Games, man. Like give me screenshots of like a level of all the level 20 skills, and preferably all the level 1 skills or all the scaling. Let me read it. I want to know what type of damage, the conversion, and like let me see the passive tree. Let me see the actual ascendancy nodes. What is my thought on animal plus class? So I am going to do something very, very specific. This is very deliberate, super on purpose. I am going to play the Druid as Grinding Gear Games quote unquote intended. Of course, you can mix and match any ascendancy. You can put the talisman on any class, but I'm going to play Druid with a Druid ascendancy, mostly pathing into the top left side of the tree. And I'm going to try my best to try the fantasy that they're telling us is supposed to work first. So I'll try the Wyvern and the Werebear and the Werewolf with all their different spells and try to find really, really good synergies. I will do that for a while before I go try. Oh, let me try a Pathfinder Werebear with the new Pathfinder stuff. Like, I'd much rather give them feedback on exactly what they have designed first. That way we can get to like let's imagine something. Let's imagine that whole idea is just garbage. Let's just say it's terrible. That would probably be valuable feedback for them in this early access. To be like, listen, you want me to play like Shaman, but it's way better for me to play your Druid Ascendancy as a Stormweaver or something. It's just not even close, and I can explain to you why. And then they might be like, okay, that's good feedback. It shouldn't be like that. We'll take that back to the drawing board and we'll see if we can figure it out. Holy, what's going on here? Settle down, Satan. You need to stand in front of this thing and he has to like throw something. I'm gonna stand here until he throws the thing. Okay, did he throw it? Yeah, okay. Now we go over here and do the same thing. Ow. Hey, Satan, can you stop doing that? Throw the big ass rock over here. Bro, can you throw... Bro, he jumped where I was supposed to throw the rock and then threw the rock at me from the other direction? God, I hate this game. My game crashed. What happened to last Epoch? Oh, it recovered? I actually never expected that. It recovered? Oh, wow. All right. Props, Grinding Gear Games. I was just about to Alt F4. Yeah, what happened there? Okay, the only thing that crashed from the graph was everything on my computer. Okay, everything crashed. See, this is the shaders, man. Whenever this goes crazy, you just have no chance. What happened to... You dedicate the song to D4. Alright, now that the shader is done going ape shit.
All this secrecy. What are they hiding?
Is Warrior any better now than it was at launch? Debatable. Warrior was actually, crazily enough, like the strongest at launch because of Perfect Strike. But then they nerfed the shit out of that. But they did buff armor and buff some other things. I would say overall, it's in a better state than it was. You meant warrior leveling? I leveled a warrior last league on hardcore SSF. Actually, my guy's still alive, actually. My guy's fine. I beat the whole campaign. I was chilling. Shield wall is Giga. I've heard that. I might make a shield wall warrior next just to try it. This boss might 100-0 me here. It'll be interesting. See what happens. So what's that checkpoint? Take a belt. 69 life dual res. God, I love life. Huge. My first piece of gear that isn't complete trash. Yeah, I think this boss one-shotted Alkaiser in hardcore SSF when it first came out. I think it was this guy. My offhand doesn't work. Dang it! What happened? Thank you. Well, let's get some strength here. 2 more strength. Oh, with the belt. Okay. I don't know. Just let me see. I'm trying to remember. Do we let me think about this. Maybe just this strength. Thank you. Yeah, I think my old belt had strength on it when we swapped it. Okay, here we go, boys. Let's see if we get one-shotted by this boss. It's gonna be cute. It's the purple Power Ranger. Appropriate song. Man, I did all that damage with zero minion levels. Zero. None. And can you imagine if I had a +3 scepter and a +1 helmet and a +1 or 2 amulet? Pfft. By the way, I don't even think I upgraded my skill level to the right one. Yeah, I'm missing another skill. I was down like 6 levels there. If I had the 6 levels, I would have killed him instantly. Would have been an instant death. Bam, gone. My chaos damage did it all? Nah, dude. The Arsenate or the Valguards hit hard, man. The Valguards hit hard.
taking what is rightfully ours. The Karui will now be stronger than ever before.
You fool! They need the weapon! The world is at stake!
Enough! What? No, daughter! I will face this. The Karui way!
What's up, dude? All right. I would lose 38 spirit. I'd lose the Valguard. Oh my god. This is so much better than my crappy ring. Lightning res, elemental res, lightning res. Nice.
What can I do for you? Let's deal.
I'm going to be able to rip through the campaign pretty quickly when it comes out, I think. We'll be able to get this druid, unless the druid is actual trash, but I don't think it will be. I have faith. I think it's going to be good. We're going to rip through this campaign quickly, and then we're going to figure it out right away. It's going to be good. The druid's going to do 17 damage. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I think I was the first one in the world to discover the druid's true potential of 17 damage. All right. I think I'm probably going to hang it up here, guys. Thank you so much for being here. That was fun. POE2, fun game, man. Dude, the minion build with 0 minion skills. None. I'm playing with stupid-ass vanilla minions and just shredding. Shredding. Easily. Not challenged at all. So, I'll update my minion guide if you guys want to play this next season. It looks like it's going to be still going to murder in every way. It's going to murder in every way, so. But I will do some updates to it. I'll make it a little bit better. If you don't want to play a druid, this build will crush. I'm absolutely certain of it, because I'm doing it right now. There's pretty much no universe where you will have worse gear than me. Why don't we throw a raid to our buddy Connor? Let's see what Connor's up to. We like Connor here. Can I link the guide? Yes. Yes, I can. Oops. Here, I'll just do it on this PC. Here you go. There it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you. Tomorrow, Jinsec, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Tomorrow, we're going to play more POE2. Pray that we get some patch notes from Grinding Gear Games. I might try a Shield Wall Warrior. People keep saying that that's amazing. I might try that as well. Maybe make a warrior. My body is ready. I'm ready. Just ready for the launch. Good night, guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.